Szanowni Państwo, serdecznie witam w drugim dniu konferencji Christian Philosophy It's Past, Present and Future. W tym pokoju, zwanym Room 2, będą odbywały się sesje numer 6 i numer 8. Nie przedłużając, jako pierwszego prelegenta serdecznie zapraszam profesora Piotra Mazura z referatem na temat filozofii chrześcijańskiej i jej trudności.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Temat mojego wystąpienia: filozofia chrześcijańska, jej zmagania i wyzwania. Kiedy przygotowywałem się do tego referatu, wstępnie miałem mówić o myśli Jacka Woronieckiego. Myślę, że sługa Boży Jacek Woroniecki mi to wybaczy, że zmieniłem w ciągu ostatnich 2 tygodni w zasadzie temat swojego.
That I changed that. So we are talking about two important terms that are similar but different, struggles and challenges. Oxford Dictionary says that struggles means that you are really trying to get some or to get something even though it's hard. A challenge, though, it's something new and difficult that makes you work hard for it. The common denominator here is a certain difficulty that needs to be faced and overcome. And here the stress is on the effort and how long it lasts. In struggles there is some fight that reveals some ambivalent features of the subject. Power on the one hand, powerless on the other. And we're talking about somebody who is strong enough to fight but not strong enough to overcome at this point. So a challenge is also related to some kind of difficulty and effort. It needs to be faced and responded to. However, there is this element of novelty there. When you've got a challenge, you have something that needs to be recognized and faced. The challenge itself will not tell us much about whom we are encountering. Something may not be a challenge at all, or may be too big of a challenge. So in challenge there is, in struggle and challenge, you have two areas, two fields. And let me add something to the title. We need to think about Christian philosophy in the context of these terms. Christian philosophy has its own both challenges and struggles. But to point to them, first you need to say what we mean under the term Christian philosophy. And yesterday we made some attempts to answer that. However, we were not totally successful. Even the usage of the term Christian philosophy is a bit difficult, and it was shown in the 30s of the 20th century. And such thinkers as Gilson and Breyer, they had those discussions, and this dispute today remains unsolved. This concept of Christian philosophy is not used as often as in the 30s of the 20th century, and maybe a bit later. On the other hand, as many reservations as we might have, this concept never completely disappeared from this philosophical dictionary of ours. So a question: what is it? What is Christian philosophy? And we could quote Zdybicka and Zieliński here. They represent this branch of philosophy. You could say that it's a type of philosophy that was shaped in this area where Christianity had its effect. All that takes into account the Christian revelation. Krzysztof Stachewicz claimed that it's the type of philosophy where you can hear the affirmative approach to the intellectual patrimony of Christianity. So you have religion and faith, they belong in different orders, and yet there are links that mark both philosophy and religion. And this relationship may be due to the subject. You can have a person that is both a philosopher and a believer. It could be about the thing that interests a given person, issues or problems. And as Jules stressed, branches of thought have their own history, so you could look at that not as a set of ideas. Philosophy is about a certain continuity of questions and issues that are discussed. So what does Spemann says? Philosophy is a continuous discourse on the ultimate questions. It's not something that Jules only claimed, but more current thinkers see philosophy as a certain continuous discourse, including or mostly about relating to questions that are final in nature. So Christian philosophy, let's look at it through the prism of problems that it looks at. It has its past and present, and in its history it looked at certain things that are at the overlap of faith and philosophy, and those issues could be deemed to be its field of interest. Challenges and struggles. I'm not going to show all of them here, but I would like to talk about the most important ones. I would like to point to three such areas where the Christian philosophy has its struggles. The first are major, basic philosophical issues that the Christian philosophy inherited from the ancients, and they delineate the area of research. The universal problems, in other words, that the Christian philosophy cannot simply overlook because it's a kind of philosophy. Christian philosophy is a kind of philosophy. It is supposed to respond to or answer certain questions. So the Christian philosophy includes revelation, certain knowledge and faith, and revelation makes a part of its philosophical deliberations, so those cannot simply be overlooked. Now, the first problem is the problem of understanding reality, how you understand the world in its entirety, what the world is and what it is like, what kind of reason and source of reality we have. And the second one is humans, its genesis, status, its purpose, and its status in terms of creation, and art, and faith. And finally, God, the primary source. This would be the factor that justifies its existence and the rules that it follows. So, Christian philosophy has its roots both in philosophy and in religion. Christianity is looking for certain answers that philosophy is looking for. Partly, revelation answers those, but there is this element that needs to be added here. So the Christian philosophy, the Christian thinkers rather, looked at those philosophical problems, and here we need to say that Christianity left a mark, if you will, on the way those issues are tackled, as well as how answers are constructed. So the world is read as a part of creation. So this is the issue of accidentality, which was not visible to the Greeks. The person of God, a personal creator of reality, is highlighted, and it is also the purpose of the human existence, and a human was defined as a person. And these are the major things that were introduced by Christianity. These are the modifications of those original older problems. On the other hand, Christian religion also expects us to answer those questions. And, well, you know, you have theology too, and theology analyzes the Holy Scriptures, and the Bible is metaphorical in nature. So you need also philosophy as a vision of the world, a vision of humans, and our perception of what God is. So Christianity did introduce certain problems into philosophy and made some modifications there. On the other hand, it also needs philosophy to interpret the message that have been revealed to us. Now on to the second set of problems. We are looking at problems that result from struggling with its own tradition, because the Christian philosophy is struggling with its own tradition. What does it mean? I mean major philosophical concepts on the one hand. 2,000 years of disputes and deliberation. Philosophy was practiced jointly with faith by the faithful. You could define it in this way. As a result, you got a set of philosophical systems. Yes, you have the major ones, the ones produced by Aquinas and St. Augustine, but on top of that you have many more thinkers, and that leaves us with a certain intellectual baggage. It's a fruit, but it is also a burden. You have to remember about it, you need to remember about all its history, and that in itself is an area of struggle. In the words of St. Augustine, or rather, we must not forget what St. Augustine said, or Sister Dybicka said, what Karol Wojtyła used to say. We must remember those messages. On the other hand, we have those messages and problems that were injected into philosophy by the revelation. And a few examples. The creation, you've got the creation and grace, and you have the personal God, the existence of angelic beings, individual immortality of the soul, and others, Christ as God, and human divination. They transcend the limits of natural cognition. However, you rationalize those using philosophy and philosophical tools. And it is actually shown by the philosophy of Aquinas. We have philosophical issues, but also theological issues, or problems rather. And to solve those, you need certain philosophical tools and systemic tools. We do use those jointly with what lies at the very bottom of them, of those, at the very root of those, that is a certain philosophical system. And that exceeds the limits of natural cognition, and to overcome that, we use certain philosophical tools. Now, Szpiman tells us that we need to remember the obvious things, but we need to do more. We need to remember all those 2,000 years and what has been generated in those 2,000 years, and that needs to be done in a certain context that is ever-changing. So the tradition needs to be read and reread and reinterpreted. It is not sufficient to have somebody write a book about St. Augustine, and that's good and all very well. No, you need to read and reread
wyznania, prawda?
You
Trzeba
need to
czytać
read
te
confessions
Trinitaty od nowa i od nowa to interpretować.
and other
Kontekst się zmienia. My
works.
musimy
The
reagować.
context keeps
Nie dlatego
changing
tylko,
and
że
we need to
musimy,
respond to
tylko
that.
po
It's
prostu
not that we
inaczej
must.
te rzeczy
It
widzimy,
is simply
prawda?
that we
Więc
see
jakby
those
to jest
things
ten obszar tego
differently.
naszego zmagania.
And this
Musimy
is the
na to
area of
odpowiedzieć.
struggle.
Ten kontekst jest inny i
The
nasza
context
odpowiedź
changes
też będzie na to
and
inna. Niejako przy
so
okazji
does
prezentacji
our response.
poszczególne koncepcje, systemy czy nawet
Various
tradycje badawcze
traditions
uzyskują
and
wtedy
systems
nową interpretację,
will
są
be
ubogacane,
reinterpreted. They are
modyfikowane, a
enriched and
czasem również
modified, at
przezwyciężane.
times also
Zarówno więc
overcome.
klasyczne problemy
Both the
filozoficzne,
classical
jak i
philosophical
własne dziedzictwo
problems and
filozofii
our
chrześcijańskiej rysują
own
się jako otwarty,
patrimony
dynamiczny przedmiot badań i dyskusji, a nie
present
jako coś
themselves to
zastanego
us
i
as something
należącego
dynamic
wyłącznie do
rather than
historii.
something that
Obecność
we
augustynizmu
inherited
czy
and that
tomizmu
is
we
stable.
współczesnym dyskursie
So
filozoficznym
St.
dowodzi, że
Augustine's
problemy te
and
można badać zarówno od
Aquinas'
strony
thoughts
historycznej, jak i od
show
strony
that you
systematycznej.
can approach
I teraz,
certain
proszę
problems from
Państwa,
various angles,
trzeci
systemically and
obszar
philosophically. Now the third
zmagań filozofii
area of
chrześcijańskiej to
struggles
jest
for Christian philosophy
ten obszar zmagań, który związany jest z
is
pojawianiem
the one
się
that is
wciąż
linked
nowych
to the
wyzwań.
fact
Czyli
that
mamy
new challenges keep
dwa obszary
appearing.
zmagań takie
So we
tradycyjne,
have
można
the
powiedzieć.
two traditional
Z
areas
czymś
of struggle,
zastanym,
things that you've
własną
inherited
tradycją,
with
ze
your
sobą,
own
można
tradition,
powiedzieć,
with
że
oneself.
chrześcijańska
So
się
the
zmaga ze
Christian
sobą,
philosophy
ale też
is
zmaga się z tym,
struggling
co się nowego
with
w
itself,
świecie,
but
w
is also
rzeczywistości
struggling
pojawia,
with
oczywiście przede
whatever
wszystkim
appears
tej
new in the
filozoficznej,
world, mostly the
Jakie
philosophical
obszary
world
zmagań ja
it
bym
is.
wskazał?
Now, which areas of
Po
struggle
pierwsze,
I would
takim
like to
wyzwaniem będzie
focus on?
zapominanie czy
First, the
zapominanie
first
Bogu.
is this tendency to forget about God.
Na takie dwa
I would like
elementy
to highlight here two elements of this forgetting about God. First is the personal link to God in one's own philosophizing. St. Anselmus, St. Augustine, St. Thomas were talking about philosophizing in the presence of God. It is not about piety. No, it's not about philosophy being pious. In your struggle, you simply need to have a witness, an assistant, or a guide, if you will. Somebody needs to accompany us in our cognition, and then this cognition will be dialogical in nature. You have a witness and a judge. Are we aligned with the truth or not? If it's absent, then we are philosophizing by ourselves. And this is the personal type of forgetting, singular. The other area of forgetting
części systemu, a więc jako przedmiocie
is systemic in nature.
w zasadzie rzeczywistości, a więc Bóg nie jest
So God is no longer perceived as the source of reality and the foundation for its laws or its purpose. Teleology is rejected here.
dialogiczną relację. Bóg nie jest tu nie tyle
God
przedmiotem negacji, tak jak
is not being negated
ale dzisiaj chyba
as it was the case before in other atheisms. Now it is more about forgetting. So God is pushed out of the scope of interest and thus is forgotten. Dawkins said probably God does not exist, so stop worrying and enjoy life. It's not a strong attack. Probably he doesn't exist. It's either or, but it's better to use life as it is than not to. So this forgetting is there, it's ongoing, sometimes it's stronger, sometimes less so. And another area of struggle is being bored with humans. Possenti shows that we've had a shift since the Renaissance apotheosis of man to the current rejection. So you used to have anthropocentrism, but now we have what? Boredom, disappointment. So this being bored with resulted in anti-personalisms that do not affirm themselves necessarily as such. You could name here and constructivist anti-personalism that is motivated with this resentment to this logocentric model of narration, about narrative about man. And others, there are transhumanizing kinds of that stream. So humanity is to be overcome in the name of something ever greater. There is this environmentally linked anti-humanism. And there is another one, naturalizing anti-personalism, that is trying to change the image of man, like Deleuze does in his works. He's trying to disenchant, or rather basically bring it down to earth. And there is this also renaissance of ideologies and ideologization. So ideology is a set of convictions shared of a certain group, social group, that offers a simplified image of the world that makes it easier to manipulate this common unconscious or awareness. If you define it this way, then you will see differences in the goals and the purpose of ideology and philosophy. Ideology is in opposition to philosophy, and it stems from its very nature. To paraphrase a classic, in philosophy it's about getting to know the world. In ideology it's about changing it. Ideology is about ultimately changing social structures. So it is practical and political in nature, while philosophy is theoretical in nature. Ideology is total. It is all-encompassing and answers all the questions, or it means to. Philosophy complicates reality. And philosophy is used to speak out, and ideology is used to rule. And yes, here, when ideology appears in philosophy, as some philosophers say, it is basically you being moved too far away, detached from reality.
I will not further criticize ideology. We'll have a discussion about that. But I'd like to say that Christian philosophy practiced in this way is accompanied by constant lack of knowledge. I think that just as in any philosophy, there is a certain type of a lack of knowledge, because if we have all the systems that we need to consider, it's obvious that we are unable to learn everything. Also, there is a certain of struggle that we have, a drive to delve deeper into the topic. So you either have only fragmented knowledge or only know something about certain aspect. And so Christian philosophy, understood in this way, just as philosophy as such, is also an area of tensions. Because the systematic and historical dimension generate tension and frictions. What is more important at a particular moment, whether it's important to investigate the tradition or investigate current challenges. So what should we be doing as Christian philosophers? What kind of questions should we be answering? And there are a lot of them. And so these tensions should be viewed in a negative way. So we can basically say, okay, that's what it is. We will always miss something. We'll always lack something. It will never be enough, considering the vast material that we have to deal with. Or you can adopt a positive view and say that it's a dynamic area and still there's a lot to do in philosophy. So we should get...
Dziękuję bardzo.
Apologize for
Dziękuję bardzo panu profesorowi. Zapraszam serdecznie do zadawania.
taking a little bit too much of your time, but hopefully there will be a time for a Q&A session.
Drogi profesorze Piotrze, mam takie pytanie. W 2014 roku znany nam wszystkim profesor Ireneusz Gliński w takim czasopiśmie Filozofia zawarł bardzo mocną krytykę
published a criticism of Christian philosophy. We all remember that article very well.
Takich odniesień też można powiedzieć bieżących,
There were many
już z tej perspektywy dzisiaj może nie są
references that were personal in nature. They are not terribly relevant these days, but there were a few major accusations against what we call Christian philosophy. The claim was that it was not inclusive. So you have certain tenets of faith are included in Christian philosophy, and he claimed that it's pointless because they are non-inclusive. The analytical philosophy, as the author claims, are better at explaining certain social and existential issues. And the return to those messages that you've mentioned is pointless. It is a form of philosophical archaeology. That is the charge leveled against us. So you have shown a certain kind of overview. And how would you, from that perspective, respond to that charge? You could do it a number of ways, and I cannot include it all. We don't know what people will be interested in 100 years. We know what is of interest to us today. The scope of interest, though, can shift, and the shift may be quite major. Today, we want to investigate one thing over another, but it doesn't mean that they are objectively more important. And secondly, the Christian philosophy, if we stand by the principle that such a thing actually exists, well, it has certain goals as a philosophy, and it has its own problems as a Christian philosophy, and it cannot simply give up on them. And it also has a certain set of tools. We must not abandon the issue of a Holy Trinity because if it is of interest to us as Christians. Thank you very much. May we have another question?
W takim razie dziękuję bardzo panu profesorowi i zapraszam.
Thank you, Professor. I'd like to invite Father Professor Ryszard Moń to take the floor. He will be talking about the philosophy of Professor Tadeusz Styczeń.
Proszę Państwa, ja swoje wystąpienie podzielę na
I will divide my lecture into three parts. First, I will focus briefly on the life of Professor Styczeń. Some of us are well familiar with it. Some of you are not, so I will just walk you through the most important information. Then I will talk about the essence of his philosophy, and finally I will focus on the problem highlighted in the topic, the experience of a person as a point of departure in the quest for truth and good. Father Tadeusz Styczeń was born on the 21st of December 1931 in the town of Wołowice, near Krakow. He used to say, while he was teaching, that it's actually Krakow that is located near the town of Wołowice. He started his high school education in clandestine classes run by Father Salvatorians in Krakow. Then he studied philosophy at the Department of Theology of the Jagiellonian University, and after that department was closed, he studied at the Philosophical and Theological Institute of the Dominican Fathers in Krakow. During his studies, he also studied at a seminar under the supervision of Professor Kazimierz Kłusak, who was discussed here yesterday. He also learned music participated in music classes. He learned to play the piano and the organ. It was his dream to become a musician, but the head of the monastery was not, basically rejected his claim and his request. In 1955 he started studying philosophy at the Catholic University of Lublin, and in 1959 he received his MA degree, writing a dissertation about Hartmann. In 1963 he finished his doctoral studies and defended his PhD dissertation about John Locke's philosophy. His dissertations, both of them, were supervised by Karol Wojtyła. During his study, he also worked as a volunteer at the chair for ethics of the Catholic University of Lublin, run by Karol Wojtyła. After defending his doctoral dissertation, he was employed at that chair. In 1971, he received his habilitation degree after defending his dissertation entitled "The Problem of the Possibility of Ethics as an Empirically Validated and Generally Relevant Theory of Morality." In 1978, when Karol Wojtyła became Pope, he was nominated the head of the chair and Institute of Ethics at the Catholic University of Lublin. In 1981, he became an extraordinary professor, and in 1992, he became a professor, an ordinary professor. On the 25th of June 1982, the Senate of the Catholic University of Lublin created the John Paul II Institute, which is still in operation. He also belonged to many associations. He is the author of around 500 publications, which have recently been published in 6 vast volumes that focus on his views. He received many orders and medals, including the Medal of Merit for the Catholic University of Lublin. He accompanied John Paul II in his final days of life, and he died on the 14th of October 2010 at the St. Jadwiga Hospital in Trzebnica, and it is also in Trzebnica that he was buried. So that's it about the life of Professor Styczeń, and now I'd like to focus on his views, but I'd like to also highlight a broader context so that later I can focus on the detailed question. In ethics or meta-ethics, several problems are discussed. On the one hand, scholars think about where this sublime norm comes from, and it can be derived from Kant or religious deontologism. And on the other hand, we can also refer to the concept of happiness, the so-called eudaimonism, in its various forms, which is usually done by Thomists. They have a certain vision of happiness, and, well, Aristotle posed the question as to why people behave in a specific way, and he said that they behaved in that way because they were looking for happiness. St. Thomas Aquinas knew that happiness was unification with God, and he then thought about what acts we should perform and what acts we should avoid in order not to lose happiness. Professor Styczeń is somewhere in between these two extreme views. The second point I'd like to make is that Professor Styczeń referred to independent ethics according to Czyżowski and Kotarbiński. There is a book called Etyka Niezależna with a question mark, so independent ethics. With a question mark, and in the new edition, this question mark was left out. So basically, the title is Independent Ethic, whereas in the first edition, the question mark was still there. As a side note, let me tell you that with my habilitation degree, a question mark was left out also by the publishing house, so I had problems later on due to that. So moving on. Professor Styczeń wanted to show where this ultimate norm comes from, whether we can fathom it by watching human life, or whether it's derived from a specific concept. In classic Thomism, you have a specific vision of man, and on that basis, from that basis, you derive more specific principles of action. So his point of departure was that if we adopt a specific anthropological concept, then we need to opt for a specific type of anthropology. And in this way, we basically make it impossible for us to debate things and discuss things with those who do not share our vision. So he started from observation, from experience, from datum morali, as I will explain later, and then from that he moved on to anthropology. So Father Styczeń said that datum ethicum et datum anthropologicum converturtum. That means that they basically swap places. And so we can start from anthropology, and from there we can derive ethic principles. You can also refer to what people believe to be just, but in any way you always need to refer to anthropology. And so his point of departure was a certain experience, what he called datum morali. And datum morali consists of several elements. For example, existing theories that we dispute or challenge, our convictions and the discussions that we hold, the content and material that we find in literature that he liked to refer to, but also an experience of a specific relationship to another man. So an experience of a person and the fact that that person is someone important. And I would like to add here that this became the subject of his dispute with Krąpiec. Today, Father Ludwik Wiśniewski also claims that Professor Gogacz, on the one hand, really liked this theory and wrote about it in his book Człowiek i jego relacje. On the other hand, Gogacz says that Father Styczeń was misguided and talked about duty, whereas duty is ethical in nature, and thought has a pensative relation. For Styczeń, it had a real relation related to the being. And so that was a specific type of reality for him. And so this datum morali was his point of departure, and people, regardless of their views, they could agree to the datum morali, and so from that he tried to make it more general and also highlight more universal dimension. So he created what he called datum ethicum. So it was the sublime ethical norm, and for him that norm was persona est affirmanda propter se ipsum. So a person should be affirmated for themselves. Krąpiec said, okay, so but if Eve was not in paradise, that meant that Adam was not subject to any morality? Or does it mean that if somebody lives on a deserted island, then there are no moral laws they should follow? And Father Styczeń also said that we need to see ourselves as the subject and an object of reference for ourselves. He also believed that this principle of persons being affirmed for themselves So this principle should be accepted by virtually all people, almost all people. Of course, there are always cases where this principle was rejected. He, for example, quoted Crime and Punishment, where Raskolnikov said that he was a young, well-educated student, whereas his victim was an old lady who donated money to a monastery. So Father Styczeń used a very simple, straightforward example that showed that you can clearly use to see that a person was somebody important. So, for example, you have a brother and a sister standing in front of a hospital and debating whether they should tell their father that he was sick with cancer. The daughter wanted to tell him, the son didn't want to tell him. And so he said that if there was a witty mathematician and asked them about what the subject matter of the dispute was, they would say, "How can you pose such questions? Because it's all about the best interest of the father." And that best interest is understood in different ways by the daughter and the son. But they both agreed that they had the best interest of the father at heart. And in this way, the Father Styczeń wanted to really showcase the universal nature of this problem. Of course, people are mortal, they are sinners, but if we really forget the duty or do not comply with our duty, then we can feel remorse all through our lives. And so he went on to move to a higher level and said that datum metaphysicum was necessary, which meant that we had to show that the dignity of a person has roots in the absolute. But here ethics was no longer independent, and so hence the question mark as to whether ethics was independent or not. And now, moving on, let me first mention another thing. Styczeń also often repeated that all ethics could be brought down to 5 words. Me, I should do this to you. And so the most difficult question arises as to what is it that I should do to you? What is my obligation towards you? And in order to answer that question, we need to look at a specific anthropological vision of man in order to understand what actions are necessary to affirm a specific person. So I can say, and here we return to a specific point where independent ethics becomes at first becomes dependent finally and ultimately, because it's a question about our vision of man as an entity, whether everything ends at the moment of death, or does life continue in a different form after death? And if that is the case, certain acts have a whole different dimension. They have a religious nature. So that, in brief, is the theory of Father Styczeń. Let me also add another point. The followers of Styczeń, especially those at the Catholic University of Lublin, divided his life and work into 2 periods. The first was called dignitative, from dignitas, dignity, and the other veritative. So that was the period where he focused on a search for truth. In that period, he talked about the truth and explored it. When martial law was declared, he wrote a letter to General Jaruzelski to protest against citizens being forced to sign the loyalty list. And so he claimed that a person who acts against their convictions, if they make the wrong choice or do not side with the truth, will be bad citizens. And at a recent conference at the Catholic University of Lublin, I debated with Professor Szóstek whether this division into the dignitative and veritative period is valid and relevant, because I think it was more historical in nature. Simply, truth was discussed more than dignity at a certain point in time. But I think these are two sides to the same coin. So you have the dignity of a person that leads a person to act in a specific way. And also dignity is acquired through siding with the truth. And now I will move on to recognizing the truth. So Father Styczeń, even when he dealt with certain detailed problems, he always focused his attention on the right understanding of man. And he kept on exploring the relationship between freedom and truth, between identity and self-transcendence. In his paper called Człowiek w polu odpowiedzialności za siebie i drugich, he wrote, I would like to look at the main problem not through the window of a specific paradigm, a specific imposed philosophical or worldview system. I would like to adopt the view of a person who is unable to free themselves from conscience and unable to understand themselves without conscience. It's a reference to a book by Krompiec called Człowiek przez okna systemu. I will not go into details. I will not discuss whether Tischner was right about Krompiec or the other way around. I will basically skip that. But I just wanted to show you that Father Styczeń comes close to Tischner's work and tries to showcase a specific experience. He said, first we ascertain something, then we accept it. So the act of acceptance is also an act of self-binding, of imposing a duty on ourselves, and that duty is the content of our judgment. That's not something that is imposed on us from the outside, as in Kant's work. It's self-obligation. And so in my conscience, I can see myself as a subject that depends on itself, and I, from the inside, experience my own interior. And this is manifested in the act of self-identification and in no other act. You cannot look at a man from the outside only, because then you will see a distorted vision. Tadeusz Styczeń says that it's impossible to build anthropology independent from ethics. So it's a two-way relationship. In the conscience, you can find certain self-information. So a judgment about duty shows the two-dimensional of the subjects and a vertical transcendence where you transcend yourself, and you can also have the horizontal transcendence where you opt for the truth. Boccilione says that in Styczęń's philosophy, the main point is the fact that truth becomes something concrete, and Styczeń believed that it was not sufficient to learn the truth. He believed that truth should be introduced in practice, in specific situations, in order to be recognized. So looking at truth in your own conscience in specific situations means that we become self-dependent on the truth, rather than thoughtlessly subjecting to content that is imposed on us. And such understanding of the truth protects us from resorting to dogmas or relativism. So a person does not create the truth and does not subject blindly to the truth that is imposed based on them. So a person looks and explores the truth, accepts it, and that means that they commit to the truth and are bound by the truth. So that is the stance of a scholar that, according to Styczeń, required us to be a little bit distanced from our time. So in certain aspects he was true to the Aristotle and Thomist tradition, but he kept looking for concrete, specific truth. Moving on, moral experience show us content as existing content, and although it is not a direct experience of the existence of the content, it does touch upon it. So if we experience content as something existing, so you basically touch upon its very peculiar essence. So independent ethics at first becomes the metaphysics of morality. Styczeń also said, he sided with David Hume, who said that you cannot move from being to being obliged to do something, but you can actually experience duty. And if you experience duty, you cannot fail to see what is transcendent in it, and you cannot fail to see the signs of existence. And here I would like to also draw your attention to one more point, namely, I am running out of time, so I will just briefly mention certain things. So Styczeń was aware of the thing that Emmanuel Levinas was afraid of. He didn't want to treat a person as an object, as a notion, because he said that every single person is unique. And so he tried to show a human being as a unique entity, as something exceptional. So humans must recognize that uniqueness of a person. And I think that's it. Let me only mention what Rocco Buttiglione highlighted. Styczeń's concept is very down to earth. It's not a theory that refers to theoretical reflection only. It is justified and it is rooted in particular historical events. And I think that's it from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję także za dyscyplinę czasową, która jest
Thank you, and
nadzwyczajna.
thank you to sticking to the
Zapraszam
time
do
limit.
zadawania.
Quite exceptional so far. Please put your questions to the speaker. Go ahead.
Jak nie ma chętnych, to może ja tylko, bo jestem uczniem i Krąpca i Stycznia.
I've been taught by both Krąpiec and Styczeń, and I have been witnessing their disputes. So let me ask a question. So Krąpiec looked through the prism of a system, or through the window of a system, but the starting point here would be my own experience. So you wouldn't say that Krąpiec believed the experiences ended with the system. To the best of his ability as a Thomist, he touched upon that experience and he wanted to start there. And let's look at this notion from the other side, the definition of a person as a self. Basically, it is a translation of the classical notion. And Krąpiec stressed many a time that a personal experience is the experience of a self. What we experience as a self is not the experience of a soul, and he said it many a time. We do not know what it means to be a soul by itself. We will learn when we die. We know what it means to be a person. It's the experience of a self from the within. So yes, there were differences and disputes, and yet there are a few common points, just to defend Krąpiec.
jak Państwu powiedziałem, ja nie wchodzę w
As I said,
Tischnera z
I don't want to enter into the dispute of Tischner and Krompiec, the dispute that they had. As I said, Styczeń was close to Tischner.
powiem więcej.
I will say more.
Ja myślę, że oni się do końca nigdy nie słuchali.
I think that they really never listened to each other.
Ksiądz Andrzej Wawrzyniak, tak
Father Andrzej Wawrzyniak
stronicowym,
shows it very well in this short two-page article.
nie słuchali siebie, tylko
There he shows that they never listened to each other. They stood by their own arguments.
ja zrozumiałem, a myślę, że trochę zrozumiałem,
From what I've understood, and I hope I
innego.
did,
Mianowicie
it was about something else, namely,
problem dotyczył decyzji.
it was all about a decision.
Decyzja dla Kromca jest zbyt
For Krompiec, a decision is a moral entity. When I am taking a decision, I create a certain moral entity. And Krompiec said, come on, how can you experience that? Such kind of a moral entity that is obligation before you've taken a decision.
Otóż dla Kromca
For Krompiec, morality was a relationship that comes out of necessity between a person's decision and the system of norms and values that they've accepted. Yes, for Krompiec it is about experiencing something from within. So we have an obligation. How can we experience it if we haven't taken the decision yet? For Styczeń, well, humans take a number of decisions. Let me get back to the example. A brother and a sister, and they are having a dispute whether to tell their father the truth. And they're experiencing a certain duty and obligation to act in the best interest of their father. And the decision has been taken. Wyszyński refers to the very same thing in his book. It is a Kantian understanding of this notion. So it was Wyszyński that wrote a review of Styczyn's habilitation. Please do not accuse him of being Kantian. He is simply using certain notions, certain language. But it is not something that is legal, it is something that is metaphysical in nature.
Dziękuję bardzo, zapraszam.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
To ja pociągnę ten temat powinności.
I'll follow up on the issue of duty or obligation. Professor Ryszard, Father Wyszyński, that you've referenced, wrote a book on conscience attached to Tygodnik Powszechny Weekly, and there he quoted that notion when it was about taking certain moral decisions. You mentioned that ethics exists even if there are no persons that surround me. I am still subject to certain duty. I'm the reference point. So to follow Styczyn's logic, how would you explain the following situation? Somebody says, I have certain duties towards myself, and they are more important ones. I am, one reference point, I recognize those and I inspected them in my conscience, and they are more important ones than the needs of other people and the society. I decide not to be a mother because my desires and ambitions might change or never come to fruition because of the fact that I bring children to this world. But if you follow this logic, society without children will lose certain value. I know that you don't like this word, value. How can we deal with that? You've got conscience and duty. There is a tension there, and somebody says objectively, I have a duty towards myself, and those social reasons, they're only potential, they are potentialities, and they do not concern me. How do you respond to that? Father Styczeń would have said,
rozmija się z prawdą.
well, it is divergent
w
with
świecie
the
o
truth.
rzeczywistości jest zainteresowany tylko,
So we have a person that is interested only
powiem więcej,
in their own
pewnie by
interest.
powiedział, mówię pewnie,
He would have, I think,
w
he
czasach,
probably
kiedy on
would
pisał, jeszcze ten problem
say
nie był tak
that
bardzo
when he was writing,
pokazywany,
this issue was not all that highlighted.
czy rozpoznanie powinności wobec Ciebie, a raczej swoich chceń,
So you inspect your own yearnings and you
to
mistake
są
them
swobody
for
obywatelskie, które
civil
ma, ale wcale nie jest
freedoms.
to w drugą stronę.
Yes, he has, or they have those freedoms, but
Pani, co to była wczoraj, pani, poleciłem taką
I recommended a book to the
którą
lady that
tłumaczyłem i pewnie wydam.
was here yesterday.
Przynajmniej.
It's a book that I've translated, I'll try to publish it.
Minimalistami w etyce,
Do you need to
Natalii
be
Majar.
A minimalist in ethics,
pokazuje,
written by Natalia Majar.
że wobec siebie to my nie mamy
She
żadnych
shows
powinności.
that we have no duties vis-à-vis one another.
Możemy robić, co chcemy.
We can do
Jeżeli
what we
mamy
want to.
powinności, to
We might have
wobec
certain
innych,
obligations vis-à-vis,
bo
or rather we have no obligation vis-à-vis ourselves, we have vis-à-vis other people.
Tylko co dotyczy drugiego człowieka.
Because
takie działania jak
under
bycie
Kant's
matką
influence,
zastępczą,
our
takie działania jak sprzedaż swoich
morality or
organów,
ethics is only vis-à-vis other people, and the sales of one's organs is not subject to ethics because it's my own doing, my own thing,
Styczeń by powiedział, rozwinął
following that
się
logic.
prawo.
So Styczeń would say, this person is
Jest to
divergent,
coś, co
diverging
Kant
from the
nazywał
truth.
Willkür, bo to
Willkür,
różni od wille, czyli
unlike
pewna
wille.
swoboda,
So you have a certain liberty on the one hand and will for him was moral in nature. So this person never recognized the truth, in other words. And that is why his notion, or their notion of freedom is mistaken.
Zapraszam.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Jeżeli nie ma pytań, to bardzo
If there are
dziękuję
no
za
more
dyskusję nad
questions,
tym
let me
referatem.
thank
Serdecznie
you for your
zapraszam księdza
discussion.
profesora Andrzeja
May I
Kobylińskiego
ask
do przedstawienia referatu
Father
na temat sporu pomiędzy
Kobyliński,
Kobylińskim a Ślipką.
and we will hear about the dispute between Bocheński, or rather involving Bocheński and Ślipko.
Szanowni Państwo, tytuł mojego referatu Józef Maria Bocheński
Tadeusz
Ślipko
versus Tadeusz Ślipko, a critical analysis of Marxism and communism from the perspective of Christian philosophy on both sides of the Iron Curtain. That's the title of my paper. In my presentation, I would like to present to you two important Polish thinkers. And in a certain way, they quite well manifest what is special about our intellectual life after 1945, or rather what was special about that. And you have two streams there. You had a group of authors that lived in Poland, in their own country, and you have a large group of authors, writers, poets, thinkers who created abroad. So Bocheński lived abroad, on the western part of the Iron Curtain, and Ślipko created here on the eastern side of the Iron Curtain. So I would like to share with you a number of remarks on how those two authors analyzed Marxism and communism. Furthermore, I will talk about how this important narrative makes a part of this fight for memory, and how what they wrote can be revisited today, and how you can glance some new meaning there. Now, a few words about a book that was published in June this year in Italy. Cattiva memoria, which could be rendered as bad or evil memory. So it's about holding history to account. And the author, Marcello Flores, analyzes in his work this fight over memory. And this notion gains more importance in today's disputes, both political and geopolitical ones. Look at Germany, China, or Spain. Once you've done that, you will see how difficult and important are those intellectual disputes concerning history and memory. Unfortunately, memory is being manipulated quite often, and history is being falsified. So, Marcello Flores, in his book Cattiva Memoria, gives two examples. The first one is that of Russia, and the second one is that of Italy. So, Russia. Recently, what you've seen there is a rediscovery of this myth of the Great Patriotic War. And there is an ongoing marginalization of memory of communism and gulags. Recently in Russia, they have done away with the only form of official or museum-related form of memory of Gulag. Furthermore, Memorial Association and its activities being marginalized. So it's a unified policy vis-a-vis communism and the crimes that communism perpetrated. In Italy, Marcello Flores gives this example of the Italian discussion from the year 2019. The European Parliament passed a resolution that condemned, similarly, in similar terms, the barbarity of fascism and communism, and a part of the Italian left started protesting, claiming that one must not, under any conditions, juxtapose those two systems, that is, the Nazi system and the communist system. The Italian representatives of the left claimed that it was a scandalous act committed by the European Parliament, a major error. Yes, crimes were committed. However, they were simply a major and unacceptable violation of democracy. And according to a large part of the Italian left, those crimes cannot be juxtaposed with the Nazi crimes. And Marcello Flores claims that this reaction was akin to the reaction of most of the European intellectuals after Gulag Archipelago was published. A book written by Solzhenitsyn. And let me
o pamięć,
give you
jest oczywiście rzetelna
something more here.
filozoficzna systemów
At the roots of this book lies a good analysis of those totalitarian systems. So if you want a dispute here, first you need to analyze objectively what actually happened using anthropological, Christian and ethical systems of thinking.
Bardzo stanowczą opinię włoskiego filozofa
Luigi Pareison, an Italian philosopher,
1990
born in 1918, died 1991. So he talked about a betrayal committed by philosophy in the second half of the 20th century. And he said it in very strong terms. He said, "It is difficult to understand why philosophy abdicated in the face of evil in the 20th century. Why philosophy is not trying to understand what happened in the 20th century. So a betrayal, capitulation, abdication of duty." Pareison worked on the concept of evil, and he came up with this notion of tragical thinking. And let us look at Thomism here in Poland, but also in Europe and globally. We have a major question that we need to ask. How come Thomism practically abdicated in the face of all these difficult questions related to the 20th century, with the exception of the Jewish philosophy that took up the issue of evil and the destruction of Jewry in the 20th century. Let me move on to the two Polish authors. Józef Maria Bocheński, born in 1902, died in 1995, a thinker, a philosopher, a Dominican. Throughout most of his life, he had had links, close links to the University of Freiburg in Switzerland. His scope of interest, philosophical interests, are quite broad. What will be in special interest to us will be Sovietology, a separate branch of philosophical speculation that was developed in the second half of the 20th century. And he headed the chair, he was the head of the chair in modern history at the university in Freiburg in Switzerland, and he also founded the Eastern European Institute at this very university. He also edited a quarterly dedicated to Soviet thought. Collegium, Eastern College. He was an editor. He was an advisor to Konrad Adenauer, the German Chancellor. He gave lectures across Europe and the world. Now, what was his diagnosis of Marxism and communism? It was quite impressive and in-depth. It was made all the easier for him because he spoke a number of Slavic languages, including Russian, and that made it possible for him to analyze whatever was published in the East, especially the Soviet bloc, and then he translated it into the Western languages.
Można było sobie pozwolić na znajomość taką bardzo aktualną tego,
And that is how his colleagues could learn about what was being thought and published on the eastern side of the Iron Curtain.
diagnozy Bocheńskiego to jest owszem szerokość jego,
So
można powiedzieć, badań, ale
Bocheński's scope and breadth of study was quite impressive, but he was also quite courageous when he approached certain subjects, especially when it comes to revealing the essence of the totalitarian system in the East. He also clearly condemned the crimes and the violence that had been present in the communist system since the very beginning. Marxism and communism were systems that Bocheński
to jest właśnie ta seria
called
to jest podręcznik światowego komunizmu, właśnie to jest ta książka o zabobonach, w tym o marksizmie i o komunizmie. Niektóre
superstitions
na język polski, chociażby ta pozycja lewica, religia, czy
the left religion, Sovietology, is just one of his works that have been translated
w kontekście
into Polish.
nawet o swego rodzaju antykomunizmie, czy takim
You could even call him an anti-communist.
potępieniu systemu komunistycznego i jego zbrodni. Ja osobiście
Because he
mam
condemned
uwagę teraz,
the Soviet crimes
dotyczącą
in such uncertain terms.
geografii. Gdy chodzi o funkcjonowanie w drugiej połowie wieku XX instytutów badań wschodnich,
Now, the Institute of Eastern Studies, they did
na początku lat 90.
actually operate in the second half of the 20th century,
bardzo znanym centrum badań marksistowskich
And
na papieskim Uniwersytecie Gregoriańskim w Rzymie. To jest właśnie
there was a major
tej
institute of this
przez
type
kilkadziesiąt lat
in one of the
uniwersytecie funkcjonowało
universities
jedno
in
z
Rome,
najlepszych na świecie
and an excellent center studying Marxism operating there. I attended one of the lectures on Soviet studies. It was the Georgian Pontifical University in Rome that I have in mind. And now moving on to the second person, Tadeusz Ślipko, 1918-2015. He lived and worked on the other side of the Iron Curtain, a philosopher, a thinker and a Jesuit. Strong links to Krakow and Warsaw. Published many books and papers. Of special value is this textbook on ethics, both general and detailed types of ethics. He analyzed Marxist thought as well. He lived in the East, suffered censorship, and was subjected to various restrictions and limitations due to the system that he lived in. Naturally, his studies and publications will be radically different from those of Ślipko's. Of Bocheński's. So Ślipko strongly limited the scope of his study because of obvious restrictions. So these remarks of his will be somewhat marginal and will not go to the heart of the system because of obvious reasons. They are still quite valuable.
Dotyczącej etyki marksistowskiej Ślipko dokonał analizy publikacji, które ukazały się
So Ślipko analyzed the publications of the Polish thinkers that analyzed Marxism in a certain period. So basically it's an analysis of the major ethical Marxist papers published in Polish, and here Ślipko shows that there are some convergencies with Christianity, social justice, or the issue of misery. On the other hand, Ślipko points to major differences between the Christian thought and the Marxist thought. The major charge leveled against the Marxist thought is relativism, namely, moral norms are changing or subject to change depending on an era or a cultural context. So Bocheński's and Ślipko's analyses are very much relevant in the context of the current intellectual debate. Professor Mazur and Professor Moń presented two interesting papers, and this subject is very important in that light. Namely, how can we see the Polish Christian debate in the context of broader intellectual debate? So what we can do is to make our debates a part of the global debates. Without that happening, nobody is going to be reading our works and nobody is going to take interest in what we're doing here. So, if we would like to make Bocheński and Ślipko part of this global debate, then we should consider the global debate on the ethics of memory, or the question of evil in the 20th century and the comparison of two totalitarian systems, that is Nazism and Communism. Alain Besançon discusses that evil in the 20th century. Here you saw the Italian translation, and there is this French and German discussion after the publication of the Black Book of Communism. Bocheński and Ślipko are yet again relevant, and they will be relevant if we make them a part of this global debate, especially when it comes to inequality, when you're approaching the memory of communism on the one hand and the memory of Nazism on the other. There are major similarities when it comes to how Ślipko and Bocheński analyzed communism and Marxism, especially when it comes to the philosophical and ethical aspect of those analyses. Yes, you will see some major discrepancies. You will see them diverge, and the reason for that is the Iron Curtain. Ślipko did not enjoy the liberty that was enjoyed by Bocheński on the western side of the Iron Curtain. Now the third remark: how can we make Bocheński and Ślipko a part of the current philosophical, global and European debate? Because when we do that, their thought will come back to life, and this war over memory will play an increasing role in the intellectual world, both in Europe and globally. Thank you very much. And now is the time for discussion.
Serdecznie.
Wygląda na to, że trochę jestem dziś dyżurnym pytającym, ale
Well, I am
te referaty są tak ciekawe,
person on duty,
wymagają się trochę
it seems,
kontynuacji. Drogi
but
profesorze Andrzej,
these papers need follow-up.
profesorze Andrzej, wspomniałeś Chiny.
Andrzej,
które są bardzo
Father,
dobrym
Professor,
przykładem
you mentioned China, a very good example
batalii,
of
takiej w
this
sensie metapolitycznym,
battle
metaspołecznym, o kształt postrzegania
And this dispute is
historii i przez to
concerned with how countries are perceived.
a także w szerszej przestrzeni ekonomii.
But
No i w Chinach także
here
oczywiście
we
dokonuje
need
się
to also consider
zamazania
economics.
całego ludobójstwa, które było
In
stosowane
China, they are
przez
trying to
kulturalną,
basically
i,
cover up
obecni
the
przywódcy także jakby starają się ukazać
huge
w zupełnie innym kontekście.
crime,
Rosja, podobnie masz rację, inne kraje
namely
potencjałem ekonomicznym i też
the
politycznym.
Cultural Revolution, and
Tak jest.
a few other countries are doing the same thing. It's a lie. You could simply call it that. What we are seeing are lies, false images of the past are being presented. So certain countries are distancing themselves from crimes committed by nations or systems. My question to you is, what is your solution? Or rather, let us imagine a country that deals with their past. Honestly, Israel would not be a good example, but Finland is a better example, and some other European countries. Hungary could also be a good example here. Could they change things? Could, as a result of their actions, some bigger players act differently, take a step back and show the truth about their past? Let me use this ethical language here. Could they actually come to live in truth? Is it going to pay off for them? Can they actually show the truth about their past? And mind you, the colonial past should be included here. Pope Francis has mentioned that. For a long time, there was a lot of misery due to the colonial past, or rather due to the colonialism. So certain countries actually can analyze their past truthfully, but the question is whether they can change this trend to retouch, to falsify the memory, because many countries are actually doing that. The very fact that we're discussing that is something positive. We can see a light at the end of the tunnel. We shouldn't complain too much about the world. Two things are needed here. First, you need to be reasonable and you need to be very smart when you're discussing those things with the representatives of other cultures and thinking systems. Secondly, diagnoses need to be relevant. We need to know what we're actually dealing with. So let's look at Poland and the countries in Central and Eastern Europe. We are on a mission, I believe, because we have suffered more than a few other regions of the world. We could look for allies among Jews and a few Asian nations. So I think that we should become a part of those major global debates. It's a useful tool. Because, you know, what happens when you start talking to Americans or representatives of other big nations? People are not really interested in the fact that we have also suffered, you know. To quote Mrożek, that we had our own teeth knocked out as well. I mean, so what? We need to become a part of a major dispute. It's about memory. Memory that is just versus unjust. We should show that what we are saying is not only a local problem of ours. It needs to be made part of a major intellectual debate. only then does it become acceptable and interesting for others. And a lot is to be done here when it comes to intellectual impact that we might have and the publications that we could prepare, because we need to be creative when we approach those issues. Politics and historical politics is a separate subject. I'm not going to tackle that here. Here in Central and Eastern Europe, we are seeing a major problem, especially because the diagnoses are missing the mark here, and it's a major work that needs to be done. What we're doing is this work that, well, what we're doing as experts, so maybe our work could use it if the world tapped into the potential of ours. Maybe things would be different because we have something to offer, we as Christian philosophers, and that might sway somewhat those intellectual ethical debates in Europe and elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Jeżeli nie ma, to pozwolę
If there are no more
sobie
questions,
zadać pytanie, księdzu.
I will ask a
Mianowicie,
question to you.
wczoraj była mowa już o instrumentalizacji.
Instrumentalization of religion was discussed yesterday and how biblical quotations are turned into instruments or tools. You talked about how history is turned into a tool. Well, it's a cliché to say it's nothing new. Chronicles were written because kings wanted them to be written. How can we get to the truth, to what really happened? Well, we do that using sources, and they are a filter of sorts to begin with. I'll be provocative here. So we are talking about our own input, our own interpretation. Maybe we want our interpretation to break through those reinterpretations presented by other cultures and countries. Are we talking about the truth, or maybe it's about our voice and our interpretation to be heard? Which one is it? We're talking about the issue of falsifying history or memory and how it's falsified. Paul Ricoeur tackles that, a major philosophical problem. Since the dawn of time, history has been falsified. Never before, though, memory played as important a role as today. Let me give you my justification, because that is a part these days. The issue of memory is used as a tool in hybrid wars. In this century, wars will be fought not using bows and swords or tanks, but rather using information. The information about the past and the suffering of victims will be very important. Everybody would like to be a victim today, because victims are allowed to do more. And people do not want their crimes to be made public. They want to keep them hidden. So memory and this fight over memory is a part of a global challenge in this era of hybrid wars. So this problem is much more important than ever before, 1,000-fold more important than ever before in human history.
Paweł Skrzydlewski. Księże profesorze, bardzo dziękuję za wykład.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Professor. I would like to defend Thomists here. There are many Thomists who criticized Marxism. Father Jan Bastuszka, who wrote about fascism and Marxism. Henryk Pomarnowski, not so much remembered today, still before World War I.
ksiądz Jan Piwowarczyk, to też
Jan
są wspaniałe
Piwowarczyk,
rzeczy.
another priest.
Jedna tylko taka uwaga. My bardzo często
And
zapominamy
one
o tym,
remark.
że prawda o
We
przeszłości
tend to forget
jest ważna
that the truth
również
about the
dla
past
przedstawicieli świata
matters
zachodniego, cywilizacji
mostly
łacińskiej.
for the Western representatives of the Latin civilization.
Wielu niełacińskich cywilizacji prawda
In
się
many
nie liczy.
non-Latin
Taki
civilizations,
przykład z życia
truth
miałem kiedyś
is insignificant.
studenta
An
Rosjanina.
example, I had this Russian
Bardzo mile
student.
wspominam spotkanie z nim u mnie w domu.
I had fond memory of a meeting that we had at home, my home, and I would try to explain that I hold no hate for Russians. I would rather say that I have some point of sympathy or pity, and he turned all red, started, thumping on the table, and he was also a historian. Sergei, I say, please understand, you had this Bolshevik revolution, and you had been suffering before under Peter I and other Tsars. Many people died during this Holodomor in Ukraine. You did not win all the wars because you lost one against Poland and, World War I. And then you lost, we almost lost the Finns. And he said, no, it's all untrue. It's insignificant. Russia is great. It has been and it shall be. Full stop. Why am I saying that? Please keep in mind, there are certain civilizations and cultures where truth is considered irrelevant. It is an instrument that can be used to make another person suffer. So we need to keep things real here.
Małe to powiedzenie, mnie bardziej chodziło o milczenie, abdykację po roku 89.
I meant the silence after 1989, the last 30 years, and I'm talking not only about Poland but also about Germany and Italy and other countries. Christian philosophy, broadly speaking, including Thomism, fortunately, did not participate in those important debates, especially when it comes to how we look at those two major totalitarian systems and other major issues. So we're talking about capitulation or the relegation of duty, if you will. Thank you very much.
Proszę Państwa, serdecznie zapraszam Panią
Now I'd like to invite
Podrez,
Professor Eva Podrez to take the floor. She will be talking about Christian ethics and its relation to culture.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good morning, ladies and
Państwa,
gentlemen.
ja będę czytała ten tekst.
I will read out
jest
this
bardzo
paper
zwarty.
because
Momencie,
it's
gdybym
quite
sobie pozwoliła na komentarze dodatkowe.
packed, and so I don't think I will have time for additional comments
Z pewnością przekroczyłam.
or notes. If I added them, I would exceed my time limit. But I will refer also to what the previous speakers mentioned. Just the plain dimension will be different because the problem of memory, good and truth have always been present in culture in a more symbolic way or more fragmented way, but still important for our everyday life. The topic, Christian ethics and its relation to culture. The valuable experience. First, we should look at the term Christian ethics itself and culture from the perspective of the humanities. Humanities as a field open to dialogue, a clash of ideas, and the diversity of sources of cognition, as well as experience and valuation of experience understood individually and collectively. I am interested in Christian ethics both as a form of interpretation of ideas and values which are present in culture, as well as a certain model, an ethos of personal life that is continuously confronted with social practices and individuals in the sense of a dialogue with the people who accept and have different values. And therefore the role of the ethic concepts that try to explain the rule of objectivity and absolute moral order is different. The Christian ethics present in culture is not a single doctrine. It represents the world of ideas and symbols, language and reflection, included in books, pictures, architectures of cathedrals, music works, and expressing the tragic split or the tragic feeling of being torn between the contingency of existence of a human being and a desire to achieve full existence. The experience of tragedy of human fate has been known in European culture since the time of the Greek strategies. Christianity, however, endowed it with a different meaning, expressed by symbols such as original sin, the creation of world out of nothing, and the hope for salvation. The fate of man has been individualized and related with the sacred and the profane, with existence and the community of man. Two ideas and two principles specify the presence of ethics, Christian ethics, in Western culture. This is, on the one hand, you had the sanctity of man and the love of your neighbor, which leads to the absolute prohibition of killing, taking the life of other living person for instrumental or hedonistic goals. On the other hand, there's this principle of avoiding hurting others and causing suffering. In these two assumptions and in their immanent and transcendent assumptions is where Christian humanity is expressed. What is humanism? It can be described and defined as a process of humanization of everyday human existence. This process is very often split into three important aspects: logos, ethos, and pathos. And here, quote, and this is the essential field of exploration for humanities. Logos refers to the concepts that allow us to deal with the lack of order in the world. Ethos reflects our drive to identify our place in the world, whereas pathos refers to the affective zone that brings the world closer to us. And so on the basis of that, we construct our stories of the world about people, about good and evil. But of course, there we also have different symbols and iconography that very often clash and are transformed and enter into relationships with new symbols in identifying new areas and meanings of religion and method. So these are like threads that are woven together to create the symbolic network of human experience, and they are symbolically reflected in culture and especially in spiritual reality. What is culture then, and how it should be understood in this text, considering the multiple theories and definitions? Culture and the entirety of human experience and mutual relations, the ways of living and norms, constitutes a separate space that has multifaceted structure due to various elements that introduce order into everyday life. And so sense and meaning are the most categories here. So the relationship between the three terms, Christian ethics, humanities, and culture, leads us to three important types of rhetoric: literary one, artistic one, and philosophical one, together with the related narrative, discourses, symbols, and language. They indicate the need to exceed cognition and experience of the everyday life. They basically focus us on subjective experience. Then they engage our feelings, intellect, will, memory, and imagination. So we can say that Christian ethics has an important contribution into culture, and that contribution is threefold: on a cognitive level, on an existential level, and on an ethical level. On an ethical level, we see a person as an ethical category: good, evil, dialogue, being with others, and being oneself. Together with these notions, questions, and interpretations, what we are faced with are important conflicts between the good and evil, between hate and love, between the individual and the community, which in various histories acquire different meanings, and they are also seen in various situations, and they are characterized by referring to the richness of human fates, attitudes and choices. The cultural project of Christian ethics assumes that all the indirect theses and claims can be revised and can be rejected, replaced with new meanings, enriched with contemporary experience. The change of the content and nature of everyday life means that we have to start to try to understand the basic ideas of Christian ethics again, to understand its meaning all over again. Do not kill. Do not kill because you are a human being, because you have a primary relationship to other people and God. What is that relation? How do we experience it? How do we build it? And what does do not kill mean today? What is the semantic and moral difference between the principle do not kill or do not murder? Literary texts invoke those questions and force us to contribute to the shaping and creation of the world using language, images and sounds. In a reality created in this way, we can see various situations and events that have different meanings, and that makes it possible to introduce new forms of organization of human experience. The answer must be different, because human beings do not only experience themselves in many ways, but also experience the surrounding reality, which they can do because of their imagination and memory. You can see a story of man that is part of the story of the world, where the individual shares with other in a corporeal sense, a psychological and spiritual one. So for those reasons, literature and art have different ways of describing, expressing, determining and initiating ethical experience, combining the subjective and objective perspective, an immanent with transcendent perspective, individual and collective perspectives. Literature does not pass judgment. It does not look for conceptual solutions. It is based on living, which does not mean true, tissue of experience. Experience which is presented, constructed, and often fictitious. Art and literature make it possible to memorize and to remember about the things that are past, to relive certain ideas and images of the past. And in this way, we can try to recover the time that we have lost. In essence, the cultural project of Christian ethics encompasses various vast areas of memory, imagination, cognition in order to reconstruct human and extra-human reality. Christian ethic, literature and art, it is true that it's not an easy thing to find oneself. And maybe it is the most difficult thing that a human being is expected to do while here on earth. This is a quote from Ślipko's work. When writing about literature and art, I am not referring to their Christian inspirations. I am talking about interpretation that has been made in terms of ethics, content that can be presented with reference to existential situations occurring in various configurations in stories, plays and films. Pain, suffering, loneliness, anxiousness, fear. These are conditions that are natural and will result from bad life decisions and wrong choices, and their influence on human life can be catastrophic and can also be therapeutic, purifying in a way, depending on the fact whether man finds the ability within themselves to actually adjust. However, they often require changes to the system of values in order to adapt to external environment and conditions. Christian ethics assumes that you can never lose hope in the person's ability to undergo moral and ethical, spiritual transformation. Escape from others, escape from oneself, and losing hopes, as well as homelessness. These are all motives that appear in literature, in film, as well as in other contemporary works of art. So these acts are not always conscious and very often guided by the desperate situation of an abandoned person, a lost person, or an ambushed one, and they require intervention from others. They require others to take care of that person in order for them to accept themselves regardless of the natural condition. This need for acceptance, for recognition, is stronger than other needs, because it is only when a human being can feel as a person among other persons can they actually consciously execute their desire for meaning. Christian ethics points to a mutual axiological link between a person who supports somebody else and the one who is cared for. This mutual relationship results from an original personal link between people and not from altruistic gestures or sympathy, although we need to add that altruism is a morally positive position or attitude. Oppression, humiliation, collapse, and enslavement. Ethics believes that all vile and oppressive behavior needs to be condemned, and humans have the right to defend themselves to a degree proportionate to the threat. In many cases, such an attitude exposes the victim to even greater harassment by aggressors. The question here arises as to the conflict between ethical orders and prohibitions, as well as a practical approach to lives. Ethics prohibits specific activities that violate personal dignity, both one's own dignity and others' dignity. And of course, dignity can be understood in many ways, but we do have certain means that allow us to transgress this border, and we do it. However, the perception of being prevents people from doing evil deeds in extreme situation. Another important motive is looking for one's own road or pathway in life, looking for one's own identity and truth about oneself. This is an experience of every meaning that is very important in human life. Christian ethics, on the one hand, marks the individual personal fate of man, and on the other hand, emphasizes man's belonging to a community. So these are two complex areas of life, and the interplay between them leads to a question about our identity and who we want to be. The truth about oneself comes to us from both the outside and from our self-consciousness, but it's always open and it's always reflective as we think about ourselves. And so these experiences lead us to two moments that describe the ethos of life: the specification of our own place in life, as well as the external and internal barriers that an individual struggles with when executing a specific ethos. Ethics can refer to many poems, memoirs, and books written about the search for one's own Christian way in life. However, the most important thing is the search itself, asking questions about who we want to be. It describes the human way, homo viator. It leads us to a broadening of the existential capabilities of man, and it's a psychological, emotional, and a spiritual process. Another important motive is the need for love, intimacy, care, hope, safety. This is the first and most basic desire of a man living among men. Love does not always bring happiness. Very often it injures us, it hurts us, and even kills us. However, its meaning cannot be found in making others happy. It's about being with other people, being close with others, and feeling a community of existence. In the period of Romanticism, this feeling was described especially clearly. Another important motive is the sense of guilt and the burden of sin. St. Thomas Aquinas, Kierkegaard, and Dostoevsky actually said a lot about despair and human fear when they are burdened with sin. Humans can be ashamed, they may put on masks, they may lie, manipulate, mislead others because they are free, and they can also suffer. They can blame themselves and feel that they have discovered the sinner within themselves. However, it is also a manifestation of freedom. Many people are afraid of being punished by humans or by God. Others are afraid of being aware of the fact that they are capable of doing evil. In such situations, we are dealing with human conscience and a true regret of a man who feels evil and guilty. And so these leads to us questions: how are people capable to experiencing anxiety and fear to a degree where they feel despair up to the point where they can recover their own identity? And this, of course, leads to many dramas that have become the basic of various stories and tools described by Burke in the following way: literary genres should be treated as tools necessary for life, as tools that allow us to grasp situations and match them with particular attitudes. And according to this view, two subgenres of the novel, apart from its existential version, are an interesting example of the relationship between human and book and God. I am referring here to detective novels and fantasy novels. The first group concerned the conflict between the good and evil, and the other one stemmed from the conflict between the self and others. Christian ethic is one of the possible philosophical interpretation of various attitudes. They result from old and new forms of organization of human experience of reality. What is characteristic for this interpretation is expressed in the personal presence of man in the world, in the primary community of people, and in the assumption that desire for meaning and value of individual life opens the transcendent dimension before man, and by the feeling that that a human being can always undergo a spiritual transformation. There are various ways in which we can describe the impact of art on people. Literary text combines two subjects, the author and the reader. It is a bridge and an encouragement to dialogue. For Levinas, ethics is something that precedes culture and aesthetics. And here I quote: "Morality does not belong to culture. It allows us to pass judgment on it. It discovers its dimension and makes us strive for a higher dimension." Literature enlivens ethical problems. It expands it to include various situations and attitudes. Language problems, descriptions, symbols that the readers find in literature can also be part of the legacy of Christian culture. This is especially important for works of art, and I am thinking about the works by Górecki or Penderecki based on specific religious motives. How much time do I have left? A work of art is a challenge, here I quote. We cannot explain it, we have to adapt to it. When we interpret it, we project our own goals and desires, we make it alive with meanings that come from our own way of life and thinking. In a word, art, which actually impacts us, becomes in this way modern art. Ethics is also an element of individual and collective culture, and also symbolic imagination. That means that it's related to a certain sensitivity of the individual, its curiosity and will to engage in dialogue. Dialogue with what is different and foreign. art requires a specific form of dialogue. The art has many meanings, and that does not make it easier to experience a particular image, architecture, or musical piece. The reception of such works of art is multifaceted. You need to know about the conventions in order to understand the originality of a particular work of art. Some painters declared that they were related or that they felt close to Christian ethics, such as, for example, Flemish painters or pre-Raphaelites. So post-romanticist artists as well. Just as certain scholars who deal with ethical elements in romantic music, Poche, for example. But all of these declared relationships with Christian ethics do not determine the quality of the works of art or their artistic meaning. Should ethic actually determine whether specific aesthetic taste is right or wrong? We can, of course, discuss a link between beauty and ethic, but you cannot extend it to include emotional or psychological expression. I can assume that you can refer to ethical sensitivity, especially in the cases where art is all about aggression and evokes the most basic emotions, because it engages the recipient emotionally, but it also falsifies and impoverishes the image of reality. And here I am referring especially to popular art and kitsch that are so widespread in popular art. It is exactly what leads to an oversimplified and false vision of reality, an impoverished vision of reality, bringing it down to one single gesture. Whereas art, regardless of form and content, is supposed to constitute a human experience that will evoke various reactions in the viewer or recipient due to its aesthetic values. It should be something that allows us to interpret it in various ways, to experience reality in multiple ways. On the one hand, art requires artistic sensitivity on the one hand, so the ability to really focus on reality, to understand the essence of human fate, nature, and the world. And on the other one, art expands the field of imagination, seeing and experience. Of course, the human is who makes the choices using their knowledge and intuition. All of that decides how and why we want to participate in culture. And only in some aspect of culture can you experience catharsis. And of course, we need to remember that beauty, grace, and loftiness linked with desire to play encompass and embody the essence of humanity, understood in an ethical manner.
Philosophical culture is not only about individuals, but also about media manifestations that come from the professorial group. And three things here: personal conversation as a dialogue or a discourse, need to remember about respect for another person, the fact that each party will have a right to express their opinions, and what follows, we learn to think, analyze, because language is used to articulate your thoughts and is used to inspect a given issue. I work on new speech, in its persuasive and emotional manifestation. It harms interpersonal relations. This is a somewhat lengthy fragment and an interesting one. So I'll just leave the subject aside, but may I ask you to please look at that. We have certain problems with philosophy, ethics, Christian ethics. They stem from the fact that we use a different form of dialogue, a different language, different from what is commonly accepted today. And I believe that we can intervene in this sphere of new speech and reconstruct it to a certain extent. Ethics. I see three areas of reflection over ethics that will explain how I approach that problem. And at the same time, my colleagues can delve into the ethics of Styczeń and how Christian philosophers studied Sovietology. So ethics can be a theoretical reflection of the moral philosophy. It could be a way, a circle of changing symbols, and then we follow how this area has been changing. For example, images that present Christian spirituality, both when it comes to form and content, as well as the way they are being described. Ethics can be approached as a culture of valuable existence, but it will not follow a certain doctrine. Rather than that, it will follow certain notions and symbols that are a fixture in our culture. We do not come up with that. I do not invent it. They are present in that culture. And that is what the lecture was meant to be about.
Dziękuję bardzo, pani profesor. Zapraszam do dyskusji.
Professor, now let's have a discussion.
Bardzo proszę.
To taka uwaga do wszystkich prelegentów.
Remark. I'd like to address all the speakers. And mind you, I'm a practitioner here.
To są półtorówko pisane, co są 3 minuty i tak wtedy się zmieścimy. A teraz pytanie moje jest takie.
A question, because leaving the issue of time aside, what do you understand under ethics? The last 3 sentences, well, there you brought it all down to culture or ethology.
Przyjęła taką wersję zachodnią, choćby rykerowską.
Your take was Western, that of Ricoeur. It's a vision of happy life, pursued jointly with others in just social institutions. Now, my view is, whatever ethics is, however it is defined with a question mark or not, it is a reflection on morality in our culture, here in Poland. Whichever university you look at, it's all approached the same way. It is approached differently in the West. There they see it as a vision of happy life. And then by the by, even now, I have noticed the following thing. There is this turn of phrase that I try to uproot. Ethical and moral. Ethics is about your way of thinking. Morality is about your life practice. So which is it? The version taught by Ricoeur or that of Professor Styczeń, for example?
Mój przyjaciel Ryszard raczył żartować.
Ryszard,
Chciał Państwa troszkę
my dear
zabawić,
friend,
ponieważ
was a
pierwsze
bit
moje
entertaining.
rozumienie etyki, które
My first understanding of ethics that I have mentioned is a theoretical reflection on the philosophy of morality. That is something that we have already agreed on. These two notions are linked to how ethics is understood within culture. So it is not the ethicist trying to understand what it is, but rather how it is understood within culture. Thank you very much.
W referacie pani profesor były przedstawione ciekawe uwagi dotyczące związków istniejących między
you presented those links between literature and ethics.
Oczywiście była mowa o etyce chrześcijańskiej.
You mentioned the Christian ethics, or rather, you dealt with the Christian ethics here, but the same will be true about other ethical branches. Marta Nussbaum wrote about that because she presented those links between literature and ethics. May I ask you to recommend to us a few names who we should read both here in Poland and abroad when we want to learn more about interesting ethical subjects that would be contained within their works. Could you recommend something here? Thank you. This is not an easy task because somebody will always take offense, that is, whoever has not been mentioned. When it comes to Poland, here we will all agree on Wiesław Myśliwski, a great prose writer, a great fiction writer. First, all the existential problems that are tackled by the 17th, 18th century literature, excluding Rabelais, all of those issues appear but in the light of memory. Because in his oeuvre we have two areas, the area or the sphere of memory, war, post-war, the Polish countryside. He comes from the countryside, that's his origin, but he refers to it. At the same time, the modern world, so dispersed that we don't know what to focus on, where to look for the meaning of our lives, and how to take the entirety of our experience and organize it in such a way that we as people form a whole, so that we can live with those who have passed away and those who are still alive. So, Musil, man without property among foreigners. This is the kind of literature that needs to be reinterpreted. A man without property or properties is somebody that today could be totally dominated by the media, who never speaks by himself. He just, they regurgitate whatever they've heard, like in Heidegger's works. But somebody who is alienated is also a tragic person. So not only is a person instrumentalized, he is disinherited from his own humanity. So these are the first two authors. I recommend to you fantasy. Fantasy would never come to be without the Christian culture. So using certain worlds, certain patterns, this world, that world, I will be writing more on that. I will be done with crime stories, and now I shall have a cycle of papers, online papers on fantasy writings, and how fantasy has links to... And Dukaj from Krakow, who is a philosopher, he graduated here at the University, and he's a very deep thinker. But this fantasy is not really fantasy per se, because there are no wizards or magic. It may be fun to a 12-year-old,
Bardzo serdecznie.
but not to me, so I couldn't recommend those authors.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo pani profesor. Serdecznie zapraszam
Thank you,
księdza
professor.
profesora Macieja Bałę
Maciej Bała,
do wygłoszenia
professor.
referatu na temat dwóch polskich szkół filozofii.
Two Polish schools of philosophy of religion.
Proszę Państwa, temat mojego referatu dotyczy dwóch szkół
Now,
filozofii
I'll
religii.
be talking about two schools of philosophy of religion that could be identified here in Poland. Every now and then they enter into a dispute or a dialogue, but I believe that there is too little discussion between those two schools. That of Lublin, represented by Professor Dybicka, now retired, and now by Professor Moskwa, and the Krakow School of Thought, linked to Professor Tarnowski mostly and his disciples as well, but also JP2 and Ignatianum and the University, represented by Professor Mech. First, let me show an evolution that took place within the Lublin school and certain differences between Sister Dybicka's thoughts and those presented by Professor Moskal. He has just published a book on that. I reviewed his book, so I am very much up to date here. And also there is this ongoing discussion with Professor Tarnowski's writings. You know, what, from phenomenon to foundation in one of John Paul II's encyclicals. So which way do you go, from phenomenon to foundation, vice versa? There was this discussion between Professor Tarnowski and the School of Lublin. So 3 points here that Professor Moskal follows up on to show a certain evolution that happened within the school. Sister Dybicka claims that philosophy of religion consists of 3 major stages. Professor Moskal, yes, follows up on those stages, and yet he introduces some minor changes, and he adds something interesting that Sister never mentioned. So, Professor Dybicka claims that the stage is that you look at a certain experience, intellectual, certain social, intellectual fact, including the acts of fear and love. So this is a phenomenon, the phenomenon of religion that you can analyze. According to Professor Dybicka, is something that is called universalization, transcendentalization of an experience. It is not about this inductive generalization, but rather using intellectual intuition to grasp what is important for the religious fact. And Dybicka here proposes that we should focus on the issue of relationship between two personal beings. And that is something that's going to be highlighted by Moscow. And finally, the third stage of how you can practice the philosophy of religion is the essence. That is how you can explain the fact. And here, Siostra Dybicka and Professor Moscow also highlight that is this final explanation of the religious fact, both subjectively and objectively. On the one hand, you have this human ability to enter into personal relationship with God, opening to transcendence. So she is very cautious when it comes to homo religiosus, and she criticizes that concept. She claims that it's not that humans are religious by nature, but rather they're open to transcendence by their very nature. And you could find some points in common with what you can see in Tarnowski's writings. And Professor Moskal
do swojej interpretacji filozofii religii, czy widać jakieś różnice, bo podobieństwo oczywiście
So
jest bardzo
there are many
dużo,
similarities,
proponowała
but
siostra
what are the,
I znowu, w ostatniej swojej książce
or rather let me phrase that, in his last book, Professor Moskal has three goals for philosophy of religion. It is the philosophical description of religion. To quote Moskal, it's about the aspects of religion, it's about the metaphysical essence of religion, that without which religion no longer is a religion. So it is Zybicka's point 2 rather than 1. You need to grasp the essence at the very beginning, and here Moskal adds that this is the category of a rapport or relationship. Goal number 2, a metaphysical explanation of religion. So what Zybicka claims is stage 3. So Moskal analyzes the phenomenon to a lesser degree. He thinks that you need to right away jump into grasping the essence and only then to explain the religion, or rather to justify, or it is an apology of religion. In Professor Moskal's writing it will be very much present, and he claims that the ultimate apology of religion is both when it comes to object and subject. And Moskal here pays more attention to the justification of absolute than Siostra Zybicka. This metaphysical justification or explanation of absolute for our point Aquinas is really essential. Number 3.
Goal number 3 proposed by Professor Moskal seems to be very interesting, and it was not present in Zybicka's work. He writes, goal number 3 of the philosophy of religion is to reflect on the manners of cognition that a religious person has at their disposal, as well as a potentially religious person. So it's about an epistemological reflection on the truth of religion in an effective and theoretical way. What does Professor Moskal mean? Professor Moskal believes that philosophy of religion should look at the fact that include the ability to enter into relationship with the absolute, but he also believes that we should also analyze the rationality of faith, and that is what we will not find in Zybicka's work. And Professor Moskal focused on what he calls affective cognition of God. In his recent work, Philosophy of Religion, he talks about something that can be shocking at first, and I think that he had a point in using this phrase. He writes, there exists experimental cognition of God. Experimental cognition of God, that's what we cannot find in Sister Zybicka's work. When we look at her work, and I was a student of Sister Zybicka, so I can remember our debates. I was a student of classical philosophy, but I was a kind of a heretic. But Professor Zybicka was very much detached from such currents in philosophy. Of course, she wanted to emphasize the subjective aspect of experience, the fact that a religious experience will not be a reason to make the religious act uncontradictory. But Professor Moskal introduces the notion of experimental cognition of man. And he writes, a peculiar experiment in the form of entering the way of religious life leads to various ways of verification of religious experience. And such a verification can be the affective cognition of God as well as various religious experiences. For example, the experience of prayer, internal freedom, order of feelings, a new profound understanding of new things. So it can be an experience of good life in faith when a human being believes that a life of faith is a valuable and beautiful one. So Professor Moskal shows or wants to put more emphasis on something that it seems did not exist in Zdebicka's work. So he wants to put emphasis on the sphere of religious experience. Of course, he refers to St. Thomas Aquinas, who, according to Moskal, uses this phrase, and then Professor Moskal only develops it. But basically, he places more emphasis on religious experience. But it's also an affirmation, a confirmation of the rationality of faith. If I believe, if I have faith, and my life is good, that means that my faith is true. What is also new about Professor Moskal's work, as opposed to the concepts proposed by Sister Zdebicka, is the apology of religion. And it's also one of the titles of his books, The Apology of Religion. Professor Moskal believes that in philosophical terms we can defend certain bases of rationality of theism and Catholicism. And I think that against the backdrop of Polish philosophy of religion, we can see certain philosophers that really focus on the understanding of the phenomenon of religion, but they also conduct an apology of Christianity. For example, Wojtysiak, Moskal. And I think that those thinkers are all relevant, but Moskal really emphasizes this aspect in his work. He also says that philosophy can justify the existence of the absolute, certain theses of Catholicism, empirical confirmation of historical theses, and all of this, he believes, is a certain apology of Christianity. When looking at the system from the phenomenon to the foundation, because both Zdebicka and Moskal adopted this point of view, Widerset ratio, John Paul II said that when we look at the phenomenon, we can always get down to the foundation, but Professor Tarnowski does not agree with that. In 2009, he published a very important work, which was later developed in subsequent publications, such as To Hear the Invisible, a work about the philosophy of faith. But in that original work, Professor Tarnowski disagrees with this shift from the phenomenon to the foundation. He suggests it's his own way, which is also later interpreted by Professor Mech. So it's a way from the from the foundation to the phenomenon. Professor Mech comments on Professor Tarnowski's work and really considers the reason why Tarnowski really wanted to reject the path chosen by the Lublin school. He believes that the root cause is the fact that today we cannot refer to global philosophical culture, and we cannot so strongly emphasize metaphysics. He believes that metaphysics is undergoing a crisis, starting with Kant, Heidegger, and others. This crisis makes it impossible to deal with metaphysics today, and he believes that this is the current climate. So why should we choose a path which right at the beginning is already rejected? So he believes that it's basically a waste of time. Professor Tarnowski also believes that it is a mistake to justify the existence of the absolute. He writes that a school that refers or tries to justify the religion of absolute, is obsessed about the origin, the first cause. Maybe it has been put too strongly, but he believes that we should find a specific foundation on the basis of which we'll be able to interpret the human being in order to understand the religious phenomenon. So we need to find a foundation, a basis that will allow us to interpret the phenomenon that we all call the phenomenon of religious life. So this pathway, this approach is quite different. You look for the foundation, the cornerstone, but for Moscow, for Zdebicka, even if they don't use the words homo religiosus, this aspect of openness to the transcendent is within the human structure. However, Professor Moskal believes that we can find a more fundamental aspect than religious life that will allow us to understand our religious life later. Professor Tarnowski also explains this, that by saying that if we want to practice the philosophy of religion today, we have to start with the human. We need to start with an interpretation of who the human is, rather than starting with looking for the ultimate reason. What is the foundation for Professor Tarnowski? I believe that he makes a strong reference to the French school, Paul Ricoeur and others, but he also makes a strong reference to a concept by Bernard Welde, the fundamental faith concept. When I read this book, To Hear the Invisible, I saw that there's this concept is that before religious faith, we have something that we can call fundamental faith. How do we explain fundamental faith? Basically, it can be understood as pre-trust in good. So before we formulate and order our religious life, we have an original pre-trust that God, that something good exists, that good exists and is worth fighting for. We have this this conviction that the good is important in human life. So before we choose religious life, before we want to experience revelation, and Professor Tarnowski also emphasizes this aspect very, very strongly, and it's a common denominator with the Lublin school. He says that the essence of religion is to react to revelation, but reacting to revelation is the essence of faith. I believe what I see as the revelation, and I try to trust, I start to trust the person who introduces me to the revelation. So I have trust in that person, but before I have this trust in the person who presents the revelation to me, I have this fundamental faith that allows us to actually trust the person that brings revelation to us. What is also interesting to note in Tarnowski's approach, unlike the Lublin school and unlike the broadly understood metaphysical tradition, in Tarnowski's work, we have a certain type of uncertainty of the human situation. According to Professor Tarnowski, let's say, there is a certain detachment from the Lublin school in the sense of certainty about the understanding of the essence of religion and the interpretation of man. For Professor Tarnowski, and here I think that he makes a strong reference to the French philosophical school, he emphasizes the fact that a person is in an uncertain situation. It's a constant exploration. For Professor Tarnowski, God is like a horizon, some kind of hope. It is not an absolute entity. It's not an ultimate explanation to reality. It's not the core reason. It's not the essence of being. It is a mystery, a horizon, something good that we strive for. It is something. It's good that justifies other good. Just as Paul Ricoeur wrote in his last book, he wrote that Resurrection was necessary in order to put together all the good deeds done by man, and we ourselves are unable to describe the good that we do. And that's the perspective proposed by Tarnowski. He believes that the philosophy of religion is an area of hesitation, uncertainty, coupled with great hope. Of course, Professor Tarnowski makes a strong reference to Marcel's and Levinas's work, as well as Ricker's work, where there are no absolute final solutions. Paul Ricoeur, for example, believed that no theodicea will be adequate. There will always be pain left. There will always be an expression of pain resulting from the evil that we experience, but we'll never find an explanation of why evil things happen to us. So the only thing we are left with is to try to look for good that will not replace the good that we lost, but which will be a new quality that might appear. And so Professor Tarnowski, on the one hand, looks for the constant, things that do not change, using the metaphysical language. So he looks for constant fundamental elements. So it doesn't mean that the entire existential situation of man is a situation of uncertainty, of searching. So in the Lublin school we have the certainty, everything is ordered, everything is clear. No, in Tarnowski's work there is something else that is quite certain. It is an element that we cannot doubt. For Descartes, it's doubt. For Tarnowski, it is the unshaken fundamental faith that every human being harbors in their heart. And in the light of that, we can then interpret it as trust in the person that presents us with the revelation, but there are also other ways that could be considered as possible ways for humans to follow. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję. Zapraszam do pytań.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
To przejdźmy do klimatów francuskich.
Let's move on to
Chciałbym nawiązać do znanej nam
French-related issues.
Andrzej
Conspondile,
jego
familiar to both of us. He wrote a book on the spirituality of an atheist. He states that there are people who believe in God, and there are people who believe that He doesn't exist, and he is in this latter group. So how does it refer to the certainty or uncertainty? And Spesalvi encyclical, there we read that faith is a kind of substance. How does it all link together?
Odpowiadając na to pytanie dotyczące André Consponville'a chociażby, to
André
Consponville,
I'll begin with that.
Mówisz, to jest ten klimat francuski.
So this is this French flavor, I would say, as you put it. There is a belief in existence or a belief in non-existence. This is the right approach. These are the two options that can manifest themselves within a human being. Consponville, Alain de Botton, they write about religion for atheists. They do not completely disregard Christianity. Alain de Botton is actually actively looking for things that an atheist can take from Christianity. This is the right approach. You're looking for a foundation, and this foundation helps you to see and perceive different perspectives. Spesalvi by Benedict. So yes, faith as a substance. Ślipko is a sociologist, I believe. He wrote a work on trust and how big a role trust plays in the social life. And Tarnowski totally subscribed to that. Trust is a major factor in social life. What happens if you destroy it? In Paul Ricoeur, you read about living in just institutions. You need some trust in an institution. Without that, life is impossible. And it needs to go both ways. Citizens need to have their trust in institutions, and institutions need to put their trust in citizens. There is this ongoing dispute there. Without trust, social life is impossible.
Skoro ma być Francja, to niech będzie dalej Francja. Otóż
let me continue talking about the French issues. A few years back, an important book was published in France, the Black Book of Religious Psychomanipulation, a rough rendering. Religious abuse categories were introduced in France. Religious psychomanipulation problem is something that concerns Christianity, but also other religions and other churches. And this is a problem that's been growing very fast, also here in Poland. So how can we distinguish a true religious experience from a form of some kind of manipulation? I know it's not an easy thing to do, but it is a joint challenge for religion and ethics to work out such criteria, because we would like to avoid, after all, a situation where psychomanipulation is being taken as and treated as a true religious experience. So what we can do is to agree with that. We would have to look for a clear common framework to see what is truly religious, what is manipulation, psychological manipulation, religious manipulation. Well, that is something relevant for many systems, religious and non-religious. So now we are venturing into the area of religious ideology. It's a major problem in France. You had those major role models, and those models have been undermined. I have known those people. I knew their founders. I have talked to them, like Pettigrew, founder, and others. And yes, there has been major manipulation there. So you have to be very sensitive to the issue of a role model, an authority. So there, in all those cases, there has been abuse of trust there. So France is quite radical about that. There is this association that sues churches, and also there is this trend to have some reflection on the subject so as to avoid those issues in the future. It's an issue that was quite painful for many associations. So France have been very much invested in those communities in the 70s, and now it's difficult for them because they need to rethink the whole issue to avoid such failures in the future.
Może krótko pociągnę ten wątek.
Let me follow up on what you said.
Mam takie wrażenie, że wspomniane książki, wczoraj także
André Comte-Sponville and Alain de Botton wrote books, and their approach to religion is somewhat instrumental. You know, religion as a glue, social glue. You know, you need such glues. And religion could be used as that kind of a glue so as to motivate people to be more hardworking and reliable. So religion as an emotional experience, that's what we're talking about. What if this personal experience of God is missing? What if faith is missing? And Mother Teresa talked about that. So she worked in poverty, and she was very much devoted to the poor people, despite the fact that she was not emotionally invested in that. So I'm afraid of the world where everybody wants some emotional experience, and there is this issue of duty or obligation. I feel good about certain obligations, with others not, so I do not take them up. Social duties, my duty as a parent or an educator. I'm a bit afraid of that type of an approach. I'm afraid of relying too much on the category of experience, because if that happens, those problems will move to the sphere of relationships. Stybicka responds in a truly Thomistic, metaphysical manner. And what about those other thinkers? They move towards this internal experience. Maybe it is overestimated. Once it's gone, we are left with empty hands, and we're not motivated to be socially heroic. And at times it is, after all, necessary. Well, it's not something that we should be afraid of. The sentimentalism that you mentioned, Tarnowski, the Ricers, you see that in their works. You know, you could say that we are talking about rationality, a dispute over rationality, different type of rationality. Professor Gadacz called it this theomorphic mind. It is not about distancing yourself from rationality. Benedict XVI said the strength of Christianity lies in the fact that you can rely on reason. In Islam, you don't have that. God tells you to kill, and you simply follow. And in Christianity, you say, hey, wait a moment, let's think about that. When it comes to philosophy and religion, you have those changes, and there is a highlighted aspect of rationality. It's not only about feeling. Actually, it's quite the reverse. Experience, rationality will lead you to experience. You analyze your own personal experience, and suddenly I can prompt certain obligations. De rigueur, I'm rationally looking for another good. That it is not something that appears emotionally. It is me working with my rationality. So, whatever you say, metaphysics is undergoing crisis. So when we move towards humans, we have humans that are rational. So there is no threat of extreme subjectivism here. Thank you. Let's have a discussion.
Jeżeli nie ma dyskusji, proszę Państwa, bardzo dziękuję za tą
If so,
sesję.
let me thank you for this session.
Teraz zanim zaproszę
In a
Państwa na
moment,
kawę,
I'll invite you
krótka informacja.
for
O
coffee.
12 mieliśmy
But now a
zaplanowany
bit of information.
profesora Walda
Bertolt Waldo,
na temat
Professor Waldo was supposed to have a keynote at 12. Unfortunately, Professor Wald
nie przyjedzie.
will not be here with us due to the pandemic. What he did is he sent us his article in German. It is available on our website,
Zapraszam do zaznajomienia się z nim we
and
własnym
you
zakresie.
can read it by
Będziemy musieli
yourselves.
przedłużyć przerwę i wrócimy tutaj
Unfortunately,
dopiero po
we'll have to extend our break and we'll be back after lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 8th session of our conference. This session will be hybrid, both on-site and online. Let me introduce Grzegorz Hope, Professor Grzegorz Hope. He will give us a speech about validity of Karol Wojtyła's philosophy today.
Welcome, everybody. It's my pleasure to speak at this prestigious conference. I'm very glad that it has such an international audience, as we know that from questions and feedbacks we got here in Krakow. Today I'd like to say something about Karol Wojtyła and his philosophy, strictly about his philosophy. To what extent can we consider validity of Karol's philosophy today? Is this something which can be only, I would say, relegated to the realm of history of philosophy, or something which is important, valid, and inspiring today? So, as an introduction, I would like to say that it's not easy to talk about the philosophy of Karol Wojtyła. There are many reasons for that. I'm going to point to some of them and consider the strength and appeal. One of the reasons is that Wojtyła was very intensely involved in the life of the Catholic Church, and many perceive him as a pastor and theologian. This is obvious against the background of his papacy, when he operated as John Paul II, but also his activity as a bishop and cardinal of Krakow, belonging to the same category of perception, namely as a religious figure. Additionally, his adult education was mostly associated with theology. For example, he took his PhD in theology at Angelicum University in Rome and Jagiellonian University in Krakow. He wrote many works having the clear theological imprint, and this seems to categorize him as a religious thinker. Of course, in his time in Krakow, he produced a good number of philosophy articles and books, but theology was close to him all the time. When we look at some of his philosophical work, like Love and Responsibility, we can see that occasionally Wojtyła makes a reference to theological thesis. Also, the acting person starts with a quotation taken from the writing of the Second Vatican Council, Gaudium et Spes. For some commentators, these circumstances can cast a shadow on Wojtyła's intentions and maybe also his qualifications as a philosopher. Nevertheless, Karol Wojtyła was a complex figure, and any easy attempt to categorize him is unjustified. As we know, he was a poet, actor, pastor, theologian, but also indeed, he was a philosopher. He developed activities in all these fields and had remarkable achievements in many of them. Understandably, his various interests and undertakings influence one another, but that doesn't lead us to a conclusion that they were not real in themselves. In this presentation, I haven't prepared a PowerPoint presentation, maybe just out of conviction that power corrupts by PowerPoint corrupts absolutely. So in my presentation, which I'm going to read, I'm going to concentrate on his activity as a philosopher. Of course, I'm not going to repeat his biography, which constitutes the first paragraph of the book published as a part of the project on the Polish Christian philosophy in the 20th century. My intention is to highlight some important points showing Wojtyła's rooting in the European philosophy and the validity of his achievements for the philosophical debates of today. So let me invite you to a walk through philosophy together with Karol Wojtyła. Karol Wojtyła was interested in philosophical thought, and we know that from his personal memories. Firstly, he was fascinated with the Thomistic philosophy, and this school put its decisive mark on his philosophical mind for good, on his philosophical mind for good. However, later, he met in his studies other philosophers and developed some sympathy for them. As to the latter, we should mention Aristotle, St. Augustine, Immanuel Kant, and especially Max Scheler. We also know from his books and interviews, which he gave as John Paul II, that he appreciated other contemporary philosophers, like, for example, dialogue philosophers and Emmanuel Levinas, to mention but a few. Reading the works of Wojtyła, we can see how he analyzes various philosophical concepts and finds them interesting and complementing each other, starting from St. Augustine and ending up with the contemporary philosophers. The Polish thinker discovers some interesting and worthwhile ideas which should get our attention. He subsequently uses these as specific bricks in his own projects, especially those having to do with philosophical anthropology and ethics. In all this, he cannot be accused of committing a kind of eclecticism. Wojtyła does not choose to put together those ideas blindly as if at random. He is aware that they belong to various philosophical schools which differ between themselves and cannot be easily reconciled. As an example, we can point to his treatment of the second moral imperative as formulated originally by Immanuel Kant. In Love and Responsibility, Wojtyła formulated that rule in the following way, quote, "Whenever a person is the object of your activity, remember that you may not treat that person as only the means to an end, as an instrument, but must allow for the fact that he or she, too, has or at least should have distinct personal ends," unquote. When we take into account the philosophy of Immanuel Kant, we realize that this German philosopher meant by a person an entity understood as a thinking subject, because in a sense he was in the line of René Descartes' anthropological dualism. Wojtyła was far from that philosophical position. He subscribed to the thesis that the human person cannot be limited to a thinking subject, cannot be identified with consciousness. The human person, as he himself declared in the same book, also, quote, has a body and in a sense is a body, unquote. In short, for Wojtyła, the person is a bodily spiritual creature, and these two metaphysical dimensions are inseparable for an integral understanding of personhood. However, Wojtyła drew on this Kantian rule heavily. He was aware that whatever metaphysical underpinning of the person theory, the person reveals itself as a special good, having her own teleology. Thus, the Polish thinker and many other philosophers coming from various philosophical backgrounds can claim that the special status of the person is marked by its possession of non-instrumental ends. In this move, we can see how Wojtyła reads specific philosophical concepts in a way which can open up a dialogue between various projects and personalities. What's interesting in this is that his voice does not disappear. He's present in this internal philosophical dialogue as an autonomous interlocutor and gradually builds up his theory of the human person. Around the philosophy of Karol Wojtyła, there is a dispute as to what kind of philosopher he was. Augustinian, Thomist, Kantian, or maybe phenomenologist? Participants of this debate give various reasons supporting the position. My reading and interpretation of Wojtyła, taking into account all his works, is that he started as the Thomist, and in a sense he remained as such, but for him, Thomism was not a closed system of philosophizing. At a certain moment, he realized that this school of philosophy can and should be enriched. In the longer run, he developed an original version of personalism, inserted in the Thomistic philosophy, but modified by modern and contemporary schools. Thus, he can be perceived, for example, as a Thomistic phenomenologist or open Thomist when we look at him through the prism of established philosophy schools. But there is also another possibility to approach his activity. When we sketch that by starting from a methodological question, was Wojtyła interested more in and fascinated by great philosophers and their achievements, or interested in philosophical problems themselves? At first glance, there is not easy to answer this question. We can see him more intensely involved in the thought of Max Scheler as much as in the analysis dedicated to human life, just to give only one example. However, a more careful reading of Wojtyła's works reveals that although he started from concentration on great philosophical figures, I mentioned before, gradually he was more interested in problems and the solutions. It is said that when Karol Wojtyła was a professor at the Catholic University of Lublin, it happened that he had an exchanging of his views and opinions with another famous scholar of the Lublin school, namely Stanisław Kamiński. Such an exchange was nothing new. The circle of philosophers gathered around famous Mieczysław Albert Krąpiec often conducted philosophical discussions and debates. Kamiński was renowned as a brilliant specialist in the methodology of philosophy. He confronted Wojtyła after a publication of his The Acting Person, making him reproaches that there are so few references and quotations in this book. Wojtyła's reply was interesting. He said, "All right, you are a scholar, but I'm a thinker." This scene suggests quite clearly that the Polish philosopher, especially in his latter period, namely the late 60s and the early 70s, was more interested in shedding some light on the reality of the human person than strictly following academic rules in his publications. Such an assessment of Wojtyła's philosophizing is confirmed by Jarosław Marecki, who is a philosopher closely related to Tadeusz Styczeń. The latter, as is widely known, was a close collaborator of Wojtyła and later of John Paul II. Marecki claims straightforwardly that, quote, "As philosopher, Wojtyła knew how to gather semi-veritatis scattered in diverse philosophical schools. It was so because Wojtyła was not loyal to this or that philosopher in the first place, but to the reality itself as given in the experience," unquote. After his encounter with phenomenology, the Polish thinker appreciated very much the experience, and it seems that it was for him a kind of locus philosophicus. When we read his main work, The Acting Person, we can easily realize realize that this word is very common in the book, that it appears very many times. Today, we witness to a very strange situation in the contemporary philosophy. This discipline seems to be concerned with itself more and more. Many philosophers move from real problems, namely those concerning human life, society, and culture, and spend the time and energy on philosophy itself. In this move, there is a strong tendency to escape from philosophy to meta-philosophy. As a result, we have at least two consequences. Firstly, that we abandon what has been a perennial vocation of philosophers, namely problem-solving or preparing ground to do that. Secondly, philosophy concerned with itself deepens the spirit of skepticism as to thinking itself. As a result, everything can be relativized, and we are on the straight path to nihilism. Wojtyła's attitude reminds us about fundamental task of philosophy and its positive and constructive role. Back to the human person. Karol Wojtyła was undertaking various activities in his lifetime. Among those associated with his academic life, we can see a special concentration on the human being. In theater, poetry, literature, theology, he was concerned with the drama experienced by the human person in relation to God, to others, and to him herself. His involvement in the philosophical theory of personhood was a prolongation of that interest. The former was maturing slowly and gradually and took its mature shape in the work The Acting Person. This is his masterpiece, which reveals his original thinking on the person, but at the same time opens up new avenues of investigating the person. This book has in its background not only the philosophers he drew upon, but also a whole modern and contemporary anthropological tradition with its positive and critical moments, with its ups and downs. When Wojtyła was working on this important treatise, he wrote a letter to the great French theologian Henri de Lubac, in which he acknowledges a very important thing. Wojtyła confesses, quote, "I devote my very rare free moments to a work that is close to my heart, and it's devoted to the metaphysical sense and mystery of the person. The evil of our times consists in the first place in a kind of degradation, indeed in a pulverization of the fundamental uniqueness of each human person," unquote. We do not know exactly what was on the mind of Wojtyła when he pointed to those menaces threatening the reality of the human person. However, knowing the academic and cultural context of the world in the late 60s, including its state of philosophy, we can point to such dangerous, or at least serious to deal with, schools of philosophy like Marxism, structuralism, and existentialism. All of them, in manners typical for them, undermined the reality of the human person, but claiming that either the person is a product of society and should be subjected to it, or by sustaining that there is only an individual closed in itself and creating itself, or finally by questioning that the person exists at all. There are only various non-human structures which secondarily give rise to other entities, including the human person. All of them lead to what Wojtyła calls degradation and pulverization of the fundamental uniqueness of the person. The acting person, then, was to stem those assaults on the human being and direct attention to her uniqueness, richness, and unrepeatability. Today's social and philosophical context is far more complex, but at the same time, we still face menaces of degradation and pulverization of the human person. They come from various sources, and we can point to some of them. Firstly, there is a tendency to question the existence of the human subject and to attempt to replace it with a stream of consciousness, which is in turn understood as an entire product of the human brain. Secondly, there is also a well-established tendency to question the existence of the person and concentrate on selected personal characteristics. Such characteristics can then be ascribed to various entities, for example, to some humans, animals, even artificial machines like to computers. In the latter case, some argue that we can create artificial and autonomous subjects. For example, there is a quite advanced debate as to the possibility of artificial moral subject. Can we create such a subject using various machines, very advanced computers and so on. This is exactly this second tendency. Thirdly, in transhumanism, the human person is considered as a structure which should be overcome and replaced by a post-human person, meaning by that a better, fitter, and more advanced, as far as her characteristics are concerned, person. Fourthly, within a radical environmental philosophy, there is a conviction that the human person is one of the entities of the material world and her status should be leveled with other live creatures. In order to avoid a speciesism and promote an environmental egalitarianism, we should withdraw from stressing a special status and moral importance of the human being. Philosophy created and handed down to us by Karol Wojtyła should face all those tendencies. What we have inherited from this great Polish personalist is a basic conviction that the human person cannot be reduced to the natural world, that the person possesses her interiority, which reveals an enormous richness of her personality and spirit. Wojtyła gives us weapons to fight with anthropological reductionism and scientism. It means that in a critical exchange with the aforementioned tendencies, we can use many Wojtylian ideas, even if he doesn't offer us ready-made strategies of how to conduct such a discussion. Philosophy neglected? If there are so many important areas where Wojtyła's philosophizing can be applied, why are his ideas and projects so little known, we can ask? His main works have been translated into many contemporary languages. Why have they not made much of an impact? Of course, his ideas have been discussed in the theology circles because of studies on papal documents. Theologians are very familiar with them. However, a limited group of scholars is familiar with the original philosophy by Wojtyła. Why is it like that, we can ask? At least two answers can be given here. Maybe these are mine answers. I wouldn't say that these are all possible answers. But let me give you at least these two reasons which in my assessment are true. Namely, they just focus our attention on real causes of that quite poor knowledge of Wojtyła's philosophy. Firstly, some contemporary philosophers, even in Catholic academic centers, do not consider him as a philosopher. Maybe they are suspicious of him because of his later involvement in the ministry as the Pope and consider his philosophy books as preliminary works for his magisterial writings. Maybe they are afraid that crediting him with the status of philosopher will strengthen the status of the Catholic theology as a really universal message directed and able to be received by people of all faiths and of no faith as well. Additionally, in the model of philosophy open for theology, which is typical for Wojtyła, many philosophers perceive a danger and betrayal of philosophy itself. Secondly, the answer comes strictly from the Catholic environment. Rocco Buttiglione, famous personalist Catholic Italian philosopher, in his book published not so far, Sulla verità soggettiva, speaks directly about fears among Catholic intellectuals in discussing Wojtyła's ideas because of alleged dangers for his papal writings. Karol Wojtyła, as John Paul II, participated in the creation of many encyclicas, exhortations, and papal letters. They are saturated with ideas coined and elaborated upon by Karol Wojtyła as a philosopher earlier on. Thus, some Catholic commentators reason in the following way. Discussing the latter in a strictly philosophical and critical manner, we can weaken the former. Hence, in order to guard the teaching of the Pope, we refrain from problematizing its philosophical underpinning. At any rate, we should answer all those false strategies and worries by looking closely at what the philosopher worked out. Karl Wojtyła was an original thinker, and he left us a great deal of good personalistic philosophy. In some places, further refinement can and should be done to polish it off. What's interesting is that the Polish thinker himself acknowledged that need a number of times. However, what he worked out philosophically was interesting, inspiring, and timely. It's still valid because a body of his publication constitutes a rich set of resources which can be helpful in dealing with contemporary dilemmas. His philosophy does not need any apologetic assistance and backing. It defends itself. The better we understand his rational thinking, the better take on his theology we gain. For Wojtyła, a good theology is always preceded by a good philosophy, and vice versa. Theology is not a dangerous rival for philosophy. We can paraphrase his famous saying from Fides et Ratio and declare straightforwardly that philosophical and theological knowledge are like two wings helping us to attain the whole truth of the human person. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We got a little time for discussion. Please, first, if there are any questions on site, and second, second online. Are there any questions on site? I don't see anything. We got a question. Yes. All right. Please wait a while. I'm going to unmute you.
Father Gregory, thank you for your great talk. You really hit the nail on the head, I think. And what my question would be on this suspicion of his writing because he's Pope or that he's a pastor. I think an aspect of that is that I wanted to ask you about. That is it also that the very reference to God is problematic for many philosophers, but there's reason that Wojtyła as a philosopher referred to God. I would mention he thinks it's a valid region of phenomenological experience, that culture has a reference to the transcendent, and that Augustinian notion that as you explore the person, you encounter God. So could you comment maybe on that God is not simply a function of his faith being imported, but the thematic of God, well, also conscience, is a valid philosophical point of reference and discussion?
Yes, John. Actually, we can consider this quite complex circumstance also against the background of non-Catholic, non-Christian philosophers. And for them, definitely Wojtyła does not exist, because definitely it's a kind of theistic philosophy he proposes, He developed, he was involved in, no doubt about it. But in my mention about that, actually I was concerned with philosophers at Catholic universities and colleges. That's my experience from my visit to the States that, for example, at Notre Dame University, I heard that a number of times that Wojtyła is not considered as a philosopher. It was short after his death, and he was not an acting pope, but I heard it a number of times. So even Christian philosophers, even Catholic philosophers, are reluctant to acknowledge him as a philosopher? Huh? That's the question. That's something which intrigues me. I don't have a full answer to that. I can't fully explain that away, to shed exhausting light on that. Why is it so? But definitely, maybe not so much in Poland, yeah? Okay, where I am, where I live. Maybe not here, but I'm afraid that there is something which circulates among Catholic philosophers in the world, at Catholic universities.
Thank you, Gregory. That's, I think, where it stands.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? If not, I think thank you very much. And now we turn to another lecture. It will be given by Enrico Cerasi. If I pronunciation it right. Wait for a while. I'm just going to stream it for you. I have to mute you all to have the right the right sound from the video.
In the Divinity School of Yale University, there was an interesting interaction of Christian philosophy with different paradigms of cultural studies. In particular, thanks to the teaching of George Lindbeck and Hans Frey, a new school called post-liberal theology was born, which has deeply marked the debate of North America. But I will not talk about post-liberal theology as a whole. I will focus on George Lindbeck's theology, and in particular on his most important book, The Nature of Doctrine, published in 1984. Let's start with some biographical information. Lindbeck was born in 1923 in China. From 1952 to 1993, Lindbeck taught at Yale. In addition to teaching, Lindbeck has been very active in ecumenical dialogue. He was a delegate observer at the Second Vatican Council and one of the main voices of the ecumenical movement. In fact, his book was intended to be a contribution to ecumenical dialogue. Instead, Lindbeck's book has been ignored by ecumenists, but has been much discussed by philosophers. Lindbeck's contribution is known as the cultural linguistic model. As I said, it had the purpose of fostering dialogue between the different Christian denominations. But this dialogue is very difficult if the Church remains within the classical theological paradigm. Lindbeck calls this model cognitivist because it considers only the cognitive aspects of theological doctrines. They would be the translation in propositional terms of an objective truth which in no way depends on its propositional formulation. As the Middle Ages used to say, veritas est adequatio intellectus et rei. For example, the Trinitarian doctrine is true because it corresponds to the objective truth of God. It is clear that in this way ecumenical dialogue is almost impossible. In the face of two contrary doctrines, either one is true or the other is true or both are false, but they can never both be true. Secondly, the cognitivist model does not account for the self-involving character of theological doctrines. Let us give an example. The statement Christus est Dominus for Christian is true. We find it in the New Testament, and it is the center of a Christian message. But this statement was also used by Crusaders as a battle cry against the Muslims. In this case, it loses its character of truth. But how is it possible that a true statement can become false? The cognitivist model is unable to explain it. In modernity, another theological model has emerged. Lindbeck calls it the experiential expressive model. We can find it in David Schleiermacher, Paul Tillich, Rudolf Otto, and many others. This is the model that has prevailed, especially in universities, over the last 200 years. According to this model, the essential meaning of a theological doctrine is not in its cognitive, but in its symbolic content. According to this model, religious symbols are more important than theological statements. They express deep, often unconscious contents of the human soul. These contents are not exclusive of a particular religion. They are characteristic of the whole mankind. For example, the cross of Christ is the symbolic expression of human feeling in the face of suffering and death. It can be expressed with a cross, but also through other symbols, such as in the Buddhist religion. The same applies to all other Christian statements. They are only the expression of basic traits of human experience. It is clear that in this perspective, dialogue is always possible, because a symbol is not in itself true or false. It expresses a profound human truth, which can very well be expressed with other symbols. Like myths, symbols are plural. They are tolerant and open to dialogue. It is clear why this model has gained wide consent in modernity. But the experiential expressive model is not adequate to the claim of Christian dogmas to correspond to the truth of God. As Karl Barth said, theology is a science about God and not about man. This is the prerogative of theology. It must speak about God, however difficult a task like this could be. The experiential expressive model, on the contrary, speaks about man in religious terms. Lindbeck wants to escape this alternative, and he does so through his cultural linguistic model. In particular, Lindbeck, who defines himself a Thomist Wittgensteinian, takes for Wittgenstein's philosophical investigation the theory of linguistic game and its correlation to a specific form of life. According to Wittgenstein, the meaning of statements is always infrasystemic. The meaning depends on the use of the proposition in a linguistic game. According to Lindbeck, it follows that religions are linguistic games too. This means that religion is defined neither in metaphysical terms nor in subjective or anthropological terms. According to Lindbeck, religion is a communal medium that shapes the subjectivity of its members. The ideas, feelings, worldviews of men do not produce religions, as the modern paradigm thinks. On the contrary, it is religion that produces the feelings and worldviews of the believers. This means that becoming Christian means becoming competent in speaking the language of the Bible and Christian tradition. To return to the example of before, the cross of Christ is not the symbolic expression of human suffering. On the contrary, a Christian gives meaning to his private experience, starting from the stories of Christ's passion, which works, according to Lindbeck, as an a priori in a Kantian sense. To give another example, the resurrection of Christ is not the mythological expression of human hope in a new life. On the contrary, according the accounts of Christ's resurrection give form and meaning to the hopes of Christians. We could go on, but some questions arise. What is theology in such a model? We have said that for Lindbeck both the cognitivist and the experiential expressive models are wrong. In the first case, theology is the translation in conceptual terms of an objective truth. In the second case, theology expresses a generally human feeling in symbolic terms. For Lindbeck, theology is like a grammar. All it does is to put the rules of a particular language in writing. Of course, language is never created by grammar. Grammar is a second-level language. In fact, it is possible to speak a language perfectly without knowing its grammatical rules. These are useful when spontaneous linguistic skills does not work. The same is true for theology. It does not create religion. One can be a Christian without knowing anything about theology. But theology is useful in controversial cases when the Christian linguistic game is called into question. It is therefore correct to say that the object of theology is the truth of God. Yes and no. Of course, theology is not the expression of human feeling, but it does not possess a truth in itself. Theology is contextual. It has an infrasystemic truth. Lindbeck calls it a modest cognitivism. According to Lindbeck, this paradigm shift makes ecumenical dialogue possible. He shows this by discussing some controversial examples. However, from a philosophical point of view, we are interested in two specific questions raised by Lindbeck's model. The first one concerns the relationship between religion and truth. The second one concerns the possibility of criticism or self-criticism within Lindbeck's model. The first one. It is enough to say that the truth of theology is an infrasystemic truth. For Lindbeck, a statement is true when it agrees with the whole relevant context. For example, the statement Christus est Dominus is a true theological statement to the extent that it is part of a global system of language, feelings, and actions. But the statement can become false if it became part of a context incompatible with the Bible and Christian tradition. As we said, it becomes false if it is used as a battle cry, because in this case the word Lord takes on an incoherent meaning with the lordship of a Christ as narrated in the Bible. Christus est Dominus because he suffers and he sacrifices himself for human salvation, not because he kills enemies. In other words, consistency is necessary for truth. But what does truth mean in this case? Of course, no longer adequatio intellectus et rei. This conception is wrong because it is absolute, independent of the relevant context. Instead, religious truth is performative. It becomes true through the use made of it. It is interesting that for Lindbeck such a conception is present not only in St. Paul and Martin Luther, but also in St. Thomas Aquinas. Leaving aside the first two cases, let us briefly discuss the case of St. Thomas. Lindbeck takes up the distinction between significatum and modus significandi. We can explain it briefly in this way. St. Thomas explains that in human statements about God, the modus significandi does not correspond to anything in God. The modus significandi can only correspond to the things of this world. But this is not the same for the significatum. It corresponds to the being of God. So, for example, when we say that God is good, we are not saying that our concept of goodness, the modus significandi, is applicable to God, but rather that there is another concept of goodness which is incomprehensible to us, which corresponds to the nature of God. So the statement God is good is true according to its significatum, but not according to the modus significandi. More or less, in the same way, a person who is completely ignorant of physics can say that the theory of relativity is true, and that therefore it is true that the concept of space-time is a four-dimensional continuum, without being able to say in what sense. It is possible to say that God is good and that space-time is a four-dimensional continuum without being able to understand the modus significandi of these statements. Let's leave Einstein aside. What comes from what Lindbeck calls modest cognitivism? According to Lindbeck, the performative character of religious statements is essential here. The only consequence that I can derive from a statement without modus significandi is that I must commit myself to live and act, assuming that God is good. This statement has a performative meaning. It becomes true in the religious life of the Church. In this sense, we have said that his truth is contextual. One must be within the relevant context in order to understand the religious statements. If one is not within the correct linguistic game, the religious statements can neither be affirmed nor denied. From these assumptions, Lindbeck developed an ecclesiology very different from that to which we are used, at least in Europe. The Church has the task of providing the relevant context within which believers can live the religious statements in which they believe. Only the Church can do it. A Church, of course, very different from the post-Constantinian Church to which we are used. A Church that looks very much like a sect. So here my second question. Lindbeck argues that a person who does not live within the relevant context cannot discuss the religious statements. But in this way, Lindbeck is not denying the possibility of criticism. Is he not saying that it is impossible to criticize religion? Is the Church then above any possible discussion? Goes outside cannot discuss, but neither can a person who is inside, to the extent that he is perfectly internal to the relevant context. He will take for granted everything he has been taught. philosophy from Plato onwards has been a criticism of religion. But Lindbeck's theory seems to make such criticism impossible. If not to a pre-Platonic era, it seems to take us to a pre-Enlightenment era.
Thank you very much, Enrico. Are there any questions on site? Not yet. Now I'm asking all people that are online. Do you have any questions to Enrico Serassi? Enrico, do you want to comment something maybe?
Please, I don't understand.
I was asking if anybody has some questions to you and to your prelection, and now I'm asking you, do you want to comment something? Do you want to add something?
No, I don't have any comment.
So, in fact, I don't see any questions or comments.
Right.
So far. Okay, so thank you, Enrico.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your speech. And now we move on to the another speech, the speech of given by Alex R. Gilhelm, Epicurean Ethics, Completeness and the Problem of Creation. Now I'm asking all of you to mute yourselves to make it better.
All right, thanks everybody for being here. My name is Alex Gilhelm. I'm an assistant professor of philosophy at St. Bonaventure University. Today what I'm going to do is develop a problem for Epicurean ethics. Then I'm going to claim that the problem of creation is analogous to the problem that I will develop for Epicurus. And then I'm going to try to borrow a solution from the problem of creation to solve the problem that I've developed for Epicurean ethics. So let's jump in here. So some basics of Epicurean ethics here. The Epicureans are ethical hedonists and egoists, so that things are only worthwhile for the sake of my own pleasure. And to be a little bit more specific, it turns out that for Epicureans, there are two kinds of pleasure. There's kinetic pleasure, which is the good feeling that I experience while I'm satisfying some natural and necessary desires. So for example, the pleasure of drinking water while thirsty. It was handy that I had that there. Katastematic pleasure, on the other hand, the good feeling that I experience after having satisfied some natural and necessary desire. So to stick with the previous example, would be the pleasure of no longer being thirsty once I have consumed some water to quench my thirst. Now, the final telos for the Epicureans is tranquility. The Epicureans are clear about this, and tranquility just is a freedom from all bodily and mental pain. So we have a couple of sources, many more than this list lets on, in fact, that attest to the fact that tranquility is the telos. In the letter to Menicius, section 128, Epicurus says that we do everything for the sake of being neither in pain nor in terror, and being neither in pain nor in terror just is tranquility. Similarly, earlier in the letter, Epicurus writes that one must practice the things which produce happiness, and here the Greek is actually eudaimonia, but eudaimonia has to be identical to tranquility or else we get some other problems. That is, both are the same way, or excuse me, different ways of describing the telos. Because if we have eudaimonia, we have everything, and if it's absent, we do everything in order to have it. That's the justification. And Epicurus borrows from Aristotle in claiming that the final telos, tranquility, in the case of the Epicureans, is complete. And by complete, I mean it's such that nothing of value could possibly be added to it. So that once you achieve tranquility, your life cannot get any better. So here we have principal doctrine 3 telling us basically this, that the removal of all feeling of pain is the limit and magnitude of pleasure. What that means is once you get tranquility, there are no pleasures to pursue above and beyond that. Your life cannot possibly get any better, at least if pleasure is the good, and the Epicureans are hedonists, so they certainly think that. In section 128 of the letter to Menetius, Epicurus similarly writes, as soon as we achieve tranquility, every storm in the soul is dispelled. And then the animal's not in a position to go after some need or to seek something else to complete the good and the body of the soul. Once you get tranquility, there are no further goods to seek. You've got all of the goods that you possibly could have. That's why tranquility is complete in Aristotelian terms. And to go back to section 122, this is also why Epicurus writes that if happiness is present, we have everything that is good. There's nothing else good that we could have. That's what it means for tranquility to be complete as a telos. Now, look, I think this poses a deep problem for Epicurus, and I've formalized the problem in this 3-premise argument here. So look, since hedonism is true, premise 1 tells us, and to say that hedonism is true is to say something is only worthwhile for the sake of pleasure. And since tranquility is complete, what that means is there are no further pleasures to pursue. To say that tranquility is complete is to say there are no goods beyond tranquility. But if hedonism is true, then pleasure is the only good. So there can't be anything else to make your life better, no pleasures to pursue in this case. Then I think it follows that nothing is worthwhile to the sage who achieves tranquility. In other words, the sage who achieves tranquility has gotten the telos and it's complete, so the sage has no reason to do anything. Nothing could make various activities worthwhile for the sage. That's what premise 1 says. Now the problem is that Epicurus denies the consequent of the conditional in premise 1. So he says, look, sages do have worthwhile things to do. And in my research, I've tried to show that there are 3 of these things. So for example, Epicurus argues that philosophy is always worthwhile. And if it's always worthwhile, then it's got to be worthwhile for sages who have achieved tranquility. He claims that friendship is always worthwhile. After all, the Epicurean gods even are friends with one another. Even though they enjoy tranquility necessarily in virtue of their being, they couldn't be anything less than tranquil by definition. So it's got to be worthwhile to the gods, but it can't be worthwhile for the sake of pleasure because there are no pleasures for the gods to go after. And I think Epicurus also argues that virtue is always worthwhile. Epicureans, in fact, we have examples of sages continuing to cultivate various virtues even after achieving tranquility. So I think Epicurus denies the consequent of premise 1, and by modus tollens, then it's got to follow that either hedonism is false or tranquility is not complete. And this is a devastating problem, I think, for Epicurean ethics, because the truth of hedonism and the prominence that tranquility as a complete telos plays in Epicurean ethics are 2 of the fundamental features of Epicurus's ethical system. So if possible, I'd like to get around this problem. I want to find a way to say that, sure, the argument here is valid, but it's not sound. And the solution that I've been developing just claims that 1 is false. Premise 1 from the previous argument, or the argument in the previous slide. It's false if hedonism is the view that something is only worth doing for the sake of pleasure. That's just what hedonism says. But what the Epicureans can say is they can take doing something for the sake of pleasure, not to require that when you do it, it makes your life more pleasant, or that when you don't do it, it makes your life less pleasant. In other words, they can insist that philosophy, friendship, virtue, these goods that Epicurus seems to think are worthwhile for the sage, are worthwhile even for the sake of pleasure, so that hedonism can be true, and even to the sage, even though they don't make any difference in how pleasant the life of the sage is. Okay. Now the question is, how the heck are the Epicureans going to pull that off? Well, here's where the analogy comes into play. I think the problem that I've developed for Epicurus is very, very similar to the problem of creation, which basically says that, look, an absolutely perfect being would not do anything because a perfect being has no reasons to do anything. So the argument, or at least my rendition of it for the problem of creation goes like this. Premise 1 tells us that something is only worthwhile if doing it makes the doer better off, or not doing it would make the non-doer worse off. Now the problem, at least for perfect being theists, takes hold. Look, God can't be made better off because perfect being is immutable. For the same reason premise 3 seems true, God cannot be made worse off because a perfect being is immutable. So if this is true, then it follows from 1 through 3, premise 4, nothing is worth doing to God then. Now, the problem is, even though this argument is valid, perfect being theists are going to want to reject it. And their response typically goes something like this. Look, premise 4 has to be absurd. It has to be absurd because God created, and of course, God wouldn't do anything that isn't worth doing. It'd be crazy to think that a perfect being such as God would do something without having good reasons for doing it. So now we just get another kind of modus tollens because we've denied the consequence of a key key conditional in the premise and in the argument from the previous slide. Excuse me, get a little tongue-tied here. So that tells us that if 4 is false, then 1 is false. And if 1 is false, then we've laid down the wrong criterion for what makes something worthwhile. There has to be some other reason that an action can be worthwhile, even if it doesn't make the doer better off or the non-doer worse off. So that's the very question that the problem of creation raises. What makes creating worthwhile if creating doesn't make God better off and not creating doesn't make God worse off? Basically, there are 2 prominent answers, 2 prominent solutions to the problem of creation. We can call the first, and I'm borrowing from Norman Kretzmann here, he has a really wonderful paper where he outlines the prominent responses to the problem of creation. There's the necessitarian line, which says that God's decision to create is a consequence of God's nature because an absolutely perfect being is essentially productive. In other words, God's nature is such, there's something about the way that God is that entails necessarily that God will create. Doesn't really have a choice about it, in other words. It just falls out of God's nature. It follows from the way that God is, that God decides to create. And now some perfect being theists, for obvious reasons, find that kind of response deeply unsatisfying because they don't want to concede that God didn't freely choose to create. So then we get what's called the libertarian line, which tells us that God freely chose to create. God didn't necessarily create. God freely chose to do so. And then the libertarian line has to come up with some plausible explanation for why God would choose to do this that doesn't create other kinds of complications. So you could say, well, God created because that led to the best possible world. Why? Presumably because there wouldn't be a world in the first place if God didn't create. God created freely deciding to do so because God loves creatures or something. So that's the libertarian as opposed to the necessitarian response. So now on to the heist. In other words, look, I think good philosophers steal from other really good philosophers to solve different but related problems. And that's what I want to do. I want to take something from the problem of creation in order to solve the problem that I've posed for Epicurean ethics. So I think Epicureans can solve the problem that I developed earlier by appropriating something like the necessitarian solution to the problem of creation. So how does that go? Just like a perfect God who doesn't stand to become better off or worse off decides to create because it's a consequence of God's essentially productive nature, the Epicureans can just say that sages who don't stand to become better off or worse off, they do philosophy, they are friends, they cultivate virtues, etc., because these activities are consequences of their tranquil nature. So let's put this 2 other ways to try to make the thesis that I'm developing clear. In other words, the actions that the sage commits or participates in, they're for the sake of pleasure in the sense that they're manifestations of the pleasure of the sage. In other words, they are expressions of the sage's tranquility. So in order for this solution to work, what I'm suggesting is that we should interpret the claim something is only worthwhile for the sake of pleasure as being roughly equal to the claim that something is only worthwhile if it is caused by pleasure. And what I'm suggesting is that we can be caused by pleasure in two ways. And I'm going to borrow from Aristotle here to make sense of this. We can be caused by pleasure either efficiently or we can be caused by pleasure finally. In other words, pleasure can be a final cause of our actions, or pleasure can be an efficient cause of our actions. And what I'm suggesting is that the problem that I've developed shows that sages cannot be caused finally by pleasure because there are no outlying pleasures for them to pursue that they could be finally caused by. That's what it means to say that tranquility is complete. But what I'm suggesting is that sages can be caused efficiently by pleasure. In other words, pleasure can be an efficient cause of these activities that they participate in, friendship, philosophy, so on. And this happens when their tranquility, their tranquil nature, results in, leads them to, causes them to engage in the worthwhile activities that Epicurus says that sages participate in, such as philosophy, friendship, and virtue, etc. Now, of course, my suggestion is not unobjectionable. I think that there are some deep problems that I need to work through, and my hope is that you could maybe help me with these problems in the Q&A, or I'd be more than happy to hear other damning objections that I need to be aware of and respond to if this is going to work. So one obvious objection is that there's a serious disanalogy here. The problems aren't really analogous, so the solution for the problem of creation isn't going to work as a solution to the problem for Epicurus that I've developed. Why is this? Well, the necessitarian response to the problem of creation only works because God is necessarily perfect. And it's only because God is necessarily perfect that God's actions are entailed by God's perfections. The problem, of course, is that sages are not necessarily perfect. The sage stubs the sage's toe, and it causes pain, for example. So sages' actions are not entailed by sages' tranquility. Why? Because they're free to do, and they must do what they do as a result of free choice. So there's a disanalogy between the problems. I get that. And look, I'll concede that. So maybe it's misleading in this sense, my response is to call the solution necessitarian in the context of the problem that it solves for Epicureans. Sure, sages could fail to participate in worthwhile activities. After all, they're free agents. Still, I want to suggest that my solution can still work. If the sages choose to participate in these activities, we can say that they did so because they were efficiently caused by their pleasant character, the pleasure of their being to do that. And if being efficiently caused by their own pleasure counts as acting for the sake of pleasure, then we have a plausible hedonistic explanation for why sages do things, and we can get around the conclusion of the problem that I developed in the slide with my argument, because it would be disastrous if Epicurus had to concede that either hedonism is false or tranquility isn't complete. I also think that there's a worry about circularity with my solution to the Epicurean problem. What do I mean by that? Well, look, I set out to answer at the beginning of my presentation this question. Given the truth of hedonism and that tranquility is complete, that is, nothing of value can be added to it, how can anything be worthwhile to the sage? Because the goodness of the sage's life is complete. Nothing can make it better. And I ended up giving this answer to that question. Something is worthwhile to the sage because the sage is tranquil, and tranquility, something about the tranquil being of the sage, causes the sage to participate in certain worthwhile activities. And the worry here is, hold on a second, this looks perhaps viciously circular. How is that? Well, I want to answer this question, why does the sage do it? And I say, because it's worthwhile. But then the question is, well, what makes doing that worthwhile? And my answer seems to be, well, it's because the sage does it. It's something about the sage's being that leads the sage to do it. That's what makes it worthwhile. And that sounds close to being viciously circular. And what I want to say is, I think that's a caricature of my solution. I think that my solution can escape these charges of vicious circularity. How can I do that? I'm not claiming that the sage does it because it's worthwhile, and it's worthwhile because the sage does it. That would be viciously circular. I'm claiming that it's worthwhile because it's for the sake of pleasure. It's for the sake of pleasure because pleasure causes it. Pleasure causes it efficiently in the sense that tranquility often results in these activities that are worthwhile for the sage, according to Epicurus. Okay, that's that. I look forward to hearing your questions, responses, damning objections, whatever. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Alex, do we have any questions? Well, I can see it right now, but I have a question about your analogy. Your analogy about the pleasure that Saga is looking for, and the creation, and the pleasure that follows the creation that God is maybe looking for. The question, putting it simply, is like that. Are we created by God? Are we created by a selfish God? Are we created for just a pleasure of God? or are we something else? In the second response, you concentrated on Epicurean philosophy, and you didn't follow it to the answer of the motivation or something like that according to God. So that's why I'm asking: are we the children of a selfish God?
I work mostly on ancient philosophy, specifically on Epicurus. So all that I'm doing is trying to import one of the solutions to the problem of creation in order to solve the problem that I'm developing for Epicurus. But to that effect, I don't think that the necessitarian response or the libertarian response to the problem of creation presupposes or even concedes, for that matter, that God creates us for selfish reasons. I don't think that that presupposition is necessary for either view. I'm not sure that I understood your second question, so if there was one, maybe you could ask it again.
Okay. My question was, I repeated several the same question. The question of motivation of God to make a creation. You showed us that if God is just a perfect being, he or she, it doesn't need anything, literally anything. But we are here, so probably God creates us. The question is why? The question is God selfish, or this just simply does not appear to God?
Those seem to me to be two very different questions. But in response to the first question, why does God do it? It just depends on which solution to the problem of creation you find more intuitive. You can either say it's necessary, it's a consequence of God's nature, or you can take a Thomistic kind of, or I guess Bonaventure would be the better route to go here, that there's some reason that God freely chose this. It's possible that God could not create, but there is some motivation that God has. And maybe that's where your second question comes into play. Well, what's the motivation? Would it be selfish or altruistic? And I don't think that either solution to the problem of creation necessarily needs to answer that question. But it's obviously going to be the better thing to say if you're going to say something that it's not selfish. But again, those are sort of details about solutions to the problem of creation that I don't think I need to take a position on in order to import the basic strategy that I want to import to solve the problem for Epicurean ethics that I'm trying to solve.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? If yes, please unmute yourself and ask it.
Can I just say something? Hi, Alex. I was having so much trouble with my Wi-Fi getting into the room. Would you mind, just in like 30 seconds, giving me your paper's thesis? Or is that too cheeky to ask?
I'm trying to develop this problem for Epicurean ethics, which is, look, they're hedonists, so something's only worthwhile for the sake of pleasure. But they also think that the final telos is a weird sort of pleasure, tranquility, which is freedom from bodily and mental pain. And the Epicureans consistently claim that tranquility is the limit of pleasure. So in Aristotelian terms, tranquility is complete. Once you get it, your life can't possibly improve in value. Can't get any better, okay? So the question that I have is, if hedonism is true and tranquility is complete, then how could the sage, who has achieved really resilient tranquility, have any reasons to do anything? Nothing seems to be worthwhile for the sage. So what I'm doing is I'm saying, well, we can import a couple of solutions from the problem of creation to try to solve this problem for Epicurus. Because it's really similar to the question, well, why would a self-sufficient God who's necessarily immutable do anything at all, like create? And what I ended up saying is that I can take the necessitarian solution to the problem of creation and say, well, Epicurus doesn't have to concede hedonism or tranquility. He can say that something is worthwhile to the sage, like friendship, philosophy, all the things that Epicurus does think, because they result from the tranquil nature of the sage. So it's efficiently caused by the pleasure of the sage, as opposed to finally caused. It's not for the sake of some pleasure they don't have. It's just a consequence, in a sense, of the tranquil being of the sage.
So do you, either for you or for Epicurus, sorry about the kid in the background. How would you describe phenomenologically the state of being tranquil, according to Epicurus?
We don't have a lot of textual evidence. We know that it's freedom from bodily and mental pain perceived as such. That's all that we know.
Is it
experience no anxieties, no terrors, no pains of the mind? We're also free from all potential sources of bodily pain, no aches, etc.
But then, so obviously, it's not some sort of Platonic tranquility, right, where you have to be totally detached from the body. Okay.
No.
That seems to be a lot more compatible anyway with the Christian doctrine of resurrection. I don't know if you've thought much about that, but
yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
Okay. Do we have more questions or more remarks for what we just heard? Well, if not now, thank you very much, Alex, for your speech. And now we will hear a speech of Tommaso Manzon on the concept of Sapiente Christiane in St. Bonaventure, the Itinerarium Mentis in Deum as a framework for a Christian approach to human knowledge. Please remain muted.
Dear friends and colleagues, very warm greetings from Italy. It's a pleasure to be able to correspond with you and share my ideas and the fruits of my research. It's a shame that the current conditions do not allow us to meet in person, but I hope that nonetheless you will find this short communication interesting and fruitful, and that we will be able to share ideas and suggestions and criticism in the discussion afterward. So, without any further ado, I get to my paper, and the title of my paper, which you should know already, is on the concept of Sapienza Christiana in Saint Bonaventure, the Itinerarium Mentis in Deum as a framework for a Christian approach to philosophy and human knowledge. So, the goal of this paper is that of discussing the concept of Sapienza Christiana, making particular reference to Saint Bonaventure's Itinerarium Mentis in Deum. In the prologue to the Itinerarium, Bonaventure famously describes the 6 wings of the crucified seraph, which contemplated in a mystic vision on top of Mount Alderman, the 6 different levels of illumination through which the soul can travel in a gradual way, eventually achieving a state of peace in and through the, quote, ecstaticus excessus sapientiae Christianae, end quote. When this happens, the mind's itinerary results in a condition of lasting peace and in the contemplative's own transformation in the full image of Christ. The first half of my argument is that, following Bonaventure's understanding of Sapienza Christiana, we can define as Christian philosophy the whole of the spiritual and intellectual ascent of the mind towards God. In other words, if Christian wisdom is to be understood as the final and highest knowledge of the divine achievable by the ascetic in statu vie, I argue that by extension we can call Christian philosophy the gradual progression through higher stages of knowledge that eventually leads to the realization of the ecstatic excess. In this sense, Christian philosophy as a Christian love of wisdom literally consists in the transformative love for the triune God, understood in this case as divine wisdom. This love bears as its final and utmost fruit a state of communion with the deity, so that the philosopher can be said to have achieved wisdom by having come to resemble God as closely as it is possible in this lifetime. In a more simple way, we could say that Christian philosophy is the peculiar and Christian form of love of wisdom or philosophy, which consists in striving for achieving sapienza Christiana. The second half of my argument consists in claiming that reading the Itinerarium as a description of the Christian philosopher's journey into and towards God gives us a key to understand the relationship between Christian wisdom and what we nowadays call the sciences, both human, natural, and social. As aptly commented by Lydia Schumacher, through the Itinerarium, Bonaventure contributed to give learned studies a firm place within Franciscan spirituality. Through that which is arguably his most famous text, the Doctrine Seraphicus made learning, and I quote from Lydia Schumacher, indispensable to achieving the sort of perfection Francis, that is, St. Francis, prescribed. End quote. Accordingly, Bonaventure frames the knowledge which is the content of the various sciences within a broader concept of the Sapienza Christiana. My claim, which I shall only begin to sketch in this paper, but which I hope to develop more thoroughly in a further study, is that we can elaborate on the Itinerarium and extract from its pages a framework for understanding scientific knowledge within the context provided by Sapienza Christiana and the philosophical progress made towards its achievement. In other words, I set forward the argument that the Itinerarium presents a way of understanding the relationship between erudition and Christian wisdom that can still be valuable for us, both shedding light on the nature of Christian philosophy and on its relationship with so-called scientific knowledge. So, I shall start off with discussing the nature of Sapienza Christiana, attempting to give substance to the first half of my argument. In particular, I shall discuss the connection made by Bonaventure between the ecstaticos excessus and the development of a condition of peace. Peace is a recurring notion in the prologue of the Itinerarium. In the prologue, stringing together a number of biblical quotations in order to compose the opening invocation to the triune God, Bonaventure asks the deity to, quote, illumine the eyes of our mind so that we can turn our feet to walk in the way of your peace, which surpasses all understanding. End quote. Immediately after, the Doctor Seraphicus remarks how that same peace was given through Jesus' preaching. In this context, St. Francis is also mentioned as an repetitor of Jesus. In particular, as Francis would start and end each of his sermons by announcing the heavenly peace. Seeking for that same peace in all his contemplations. Therefore, we find that Bonaventure posits a close connection between knowledge and noetic illumination on the one hand, and heavenly peace on the other. They seem to belong together, and to seek the knowledge that emanates from God means also to receive the peace that also flows from the Trinity, so that growing in knowledge and peace appears to be two aspects of the same process. That this peace is said to pass all understanding sends us back to the connection between the achievement of Christian wisdom and the concomitant ecstatic excess. Just like Francis started and finished his sermons by announcing the peace that comes from the gospel, so does Bonaventure the same at the beginning and at the end of the Itinerarium. This peace is always in some sense beyond understanding, not just in its final stage, insofar as it comes from God himself. However, this feature is most properly evident only at the end of a journey of the mind in God, where finally the mind exits itself. Nonetheless, just like the whole journey is a progressive illumination until the transcendent light is approached in its purity, so it is the growing appropriation of a peace which is beyond understanding since its very beginning. Therefore, Christian wisdom seems to be something that unfolds through one's whole experience with God. Firstly, as the growing desire to know God and to walk in his peace. Secondly, as the final achievement of a direct knowledge of God, obtained as the mind exits itself. But then we can construe the growing desire for achieving the completion of Christian wisdom as a breakthrough, caused by achieving a first taste of that peace, received as one is permeated by the message of the gospel. As Bonaventure says, we must be, quote, men of desires, just like the prophet Daniel, vir desiderium in the original text is a quote from the book of a prophet. So we must be men of desire, inflamed with the clamor of prayer and with the shining light of speculation. Unquote. Once again, we can go back to the figure of Saint Francis as he is presented by Bonaventure, and to the intertwining of peace and contemplation in the former's experience. The Doctor Seraphicus encourages his readers to be lovers of wisdom, that is, philosophers, just like Saint Francis was in his eagerness to be a repetitor of Christ. To be lovers of wisdom after this fashion is to seek the heavenly peace that unfolds in the existence of those who journey with the mind in God. I shall now conclude by turning to discussing the second half of my argument. In the third chapter of the Itinerarium, Bonaventure claims that when the soul looks into itself trying to discern God's image, she is helped by the, quote, lights of the sciences, which perfect and give form to the soul and represent the threefold most blessed Trinity, unquote. In this sense, Bonaventure ties together the soul's natural resemblance with God, insofar as according to the Augustinian scheme, the soul is the image of God by being one in three, one essence in the three faculties of memoria, intellectus, and voluntas, and the study and use of philosophia, or the sciences, as a way of perfecting and learning about our faculties. So there is a connection between the structure and nature of the soul, which naturally resembles God as its image, and the study and use of the sciences, or philosophia in the particular definition that philosophia is given in the Itinerarium, which is of course different from the one I'm employing. On the ground of this connection between the nature of the soul and the study and the use of the sciences, Bonaventure claims that there are three kinds of philosophy. Just as the soul has three faculties, there are three kinds of philosophy. Natural philosophy, which pertains to the Father, rational philosophy, which pertains to the Son, and finally moral philosophy, which pertains to the Holy Spirit. So we have symmetry between the soul's faculties, the number and kind of sciences that exists, and the persons of the Trinity. These three branches of philosophy, natural, rational, and moral, are respectively divided into metaphysics, maths, and physics under the bracket of natural philosophy, and grammar, logic, and rhetoric under the bracket of rational philosophy, and finally ethics, economy, and politics, which in the original text are monasticum, economicum, and politicum. So in this case, ethics or moral philosophy is literally monastic philosophy. Respectively, each of these three sets of sciences enlightens us on the causes of being, on the roots of understanding, and finally on the proper way of living. So we have once again a symmetry between the persons of the Holy Trinity, and each particular science within the broader sets. So natural philosophy as a larger set pertains to the faculty of memoria and to the person of the Father, and then again metaphysics within natural philosophy pertains to the Father, and maths to the Son, and physics to the Holy Spirit, and so on. So I conclude. Presenting a point of view that it shall unfold more broadly in the latter De Reductione Artium ad Theologiam, Bonaventure frames the nature and study of the sciences within the broader context provided by Christian wisdom. In particular, he encourages the study of philosophia as a way to perfect our mental faculties and to better discern the way in which the soul stands as an image to God, thereby getting a deeper glimpse of the nature of the deity. Moreover, by including the three varieties of philosophy as a step in the mind's journey to God, Bonaventure gives erudition and learned studies their proper place within the progress of the Christian philosopher to ecstasy. While the list of sciences provided by Bonaventure proves to be partially outdated, reflecting as they do Bonaventure's cultural setting, nonetheless I maintain that his basic intuition gives us good food for thought, for framing scientific studies as they are practiced today within the ongoing effort of living and practicing Christian philosophy. So, I hope to be able to develop this point in the published version of this paper, as well as in future works. And I also hope that this proved to be useful and interesting for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we are waiting for some questions. Do we have some questions here? Well, I've got a question. I've got a question right now. You said that Bonaventura got a proposition for scientists to see their work in a deeper way, to relate it to Christ, especially for the sciences who are mostly connected with Christianity. My question goes like that. You mentioned the scientist. Now I'm thinking about social science, like economy, like sociology, psychology, and so on. And what would Bonaventura said about, for example, studying the gender studies? How they could be connected with Sapientia Christiana?
First of all, apologies for the video. I'm not sure what happened there. So, thank you for your question. Exactly, this is what I meant when I said at the end of the presentation, we need to take into consideration the fact that the list of sciences given by Bonaventure is partially outdated, because of course it's thinking about in terms of the university curriculum of his days, when there was no such thing as social sciences. But my guess would be that, although of course this is something that should be researched, that Bonaventure's answer to your question would be something along the lines that insofar as all things come from God and in some way go back to God, then there must be some way in which they are connected to God now in this stage, in this condition. And this is precisely what he develops in another one of his writings, the reduction of the arts to theology. So the reductio methodology, reductio in Latin, is the theological method, we could say, of tracing everything back to God, of conducting everything back to God. And I think that we can appropriate that as a proper and fully operational, even within our context, theological tool. So the question, Bonaventure would say, you have to find a way to trace those realities back to God. And then you can understand them properly, and then you can do a science of these realities, which is fully Christian, or made within a Christian framework. If that makes any sense.
I'm not sure if I understood you well, but or properly, but in your interpretation, Bonaventura would say something like that. Well, if God gives sense to all of human action and to the whole world, then everything you do, even if you do, let's get that example, gender studies, you should find the sense in that and find the beauty of creation and something good for your soul. Wait, unmute yourself first and then talk, please.
So, yeah, something like that. Mm-hmm. Though, of course, this is only. I'm saying this is Bonaventure's methodology. So this is where you want to go if you want to work with this methodology. Then, of course, it's also true that the sciences is talking about, the sciences that is taken as a concrete example in the itinerarium and also in the reduction of the arts to theology, are not just the sciences of the Middle Ages as such, are the sciences that Franciscan friars need to learn. So it's very specific. It's actually the first time that somebody is trying to articulate that within a Franciscan environment. So of course that would also be a question. A question would be who needs to learn social sciences? Who needs to learn gender studies? What sort of philosopher and what sort of thinker needs to learn these things? So there is also a question in terms of how do you frame that science within that particular form of life that needs to have access to that science. Mm-hmm. But there must be a way, if something exists is connected to God, I mean, Bonaventure would say that, so there must be a way of making sense of all sciences.
Well, thank you very much for, let's say, reconstructing Bonaventura's thought about gender studies. Do we have any other questions? Well, to be honest, I do not see any of them. Well, Tommaso, do you have do you want to say something to add, to comment?
Well, nothing in particular, just that I hope that the paper didn't come across as a jumble, but when I proposed it, I thought to have more time. I didn't plan a global epidemic, so. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your speech. And now, this session is coming to an end, and after a not so short break at 5:30 p.m. Warsaw time, we will have a keynote lecture given by Ted Peters, Natural Science in Public Christian Philosophy and Public Systematic Theology. So all of you are invited in the room number 1. Thank you very much, and see you in almost an hour.
and Ted will give a talk on natural science in public Christian philosophy and public systematic theology. I can see that Ted is with us, so we're going to display the lecture right now. It will take around 40 minutes, and then we're going to have a discussion on Ted's lecture and the final discussion of this conference. And at 7 o'clock Polish time, we're going to have a final closing of the conference given by the president of the committee. So now let's kick off with Ted's lecture.
Natural science in public Christian philosophy and public systematic theology. Welcome. Hello, I am Ted Peters. And as we think together about the future of Christian philosophy, we recognize that we live in a global culture that is crisscrossed everywhere by competing worldviews, incompatible worldviews and ideologies and political persuasions, and of course, advertising. What should a person believe? One characteristic of this cavalcade of competing worldviews is incoherence. One thing a philosopher is good at is coherence. What we will do now is take a look at the public face of Christian philosophy and accompany that with a public face of Christian systematic theology. I think these two can partner. We might think of Christian philosophy as the form and systematic theology as the substance. Fasten your seatbelt. We're going to take an exciting ride. I come to you from Berkeley, California in the United States. Here at the Graduate Theological Union, just north of the University of California at Berkeley, my colleague, Robert John Russell, and I edit this journal, Theology and Science, on behalf of the Center for Theology and the Natural Sciences, which for nearly 4 decades now has engaged in education. We bring scientists together with philosophers and theologians and ethicists to dialogue on matters of common interest. You'll notice the unfinished Golden Gate Bridge on the cover. One end is science and the other end is theology. There's a hiatus in the middle. Our goal is to finish the bridge so the traffic goes 2 directions, from science to theology and theology back to science. I've only visited the fair city of Krakow once before. It was at the invitation of Jesuit Michael Heller and His Holiness Pope John Paul II for almost 2 decades, we at the Center for Theology and the Natural Sciences teamed up with the Vatican Observatory to carry on a series of studies on divine action in the natural world. In one of our meetings, we met at Krakow to discuss the question of neuroscience and the human person. We brought together some brain researchers, Joseph Ledoux and cognitive scientist Michael Abib. We asked them to present the latest in neuroscientific research. We had, of course, philosophers of the Thomistic tradition, theologians, both Roman Catholic and Protestant. After about 2 days, we found the dialogue just wasn't working. We like to have a creative mutual interaction between the scientists and the non-scientists. It wasn't working. So under the leadership of Philip Clayton, one of the experts in this field, we paused the seminar. We went around the room to try to figure out what the problem is. Why no Anknüpfungspunkt? Why no connection? And the scientists said the following. Are you ready? You, philosophers and theologians, you want to understand human nature. We scientists don't study human nature. We just study how the brain works. So the hiatus or split between laboratory science on the one hand and anthropology, philosophical or theological anthropology on the other, pretty big. Be that as it may, we did put together the findings of that conference in this particular book, published by the Vatican City State and CTNS in Berkeley. That's my one trip to Krakow. If there is any passage in Scripture which justifies Christian philosophy and apologetic theology, it's certainly this one, 1 Peter 3:15. Always be ready to make your defense to anyone who demands from you an accounting for the hope that is in you. What is Christian philosophy? Let's try to answer that question by looking at some examples. Here's one. 1880s, United States, the editorial policy of the Journal of Christian Philosophy. This journal will support the theistic argument with special reference to the multiplied proofs afforded by the progress and discoveries of science, natural history, biology, and psychology for the existence, character, and plan of God. This journal will counteract all tendencies toward doubt, skepticism, unbelief, atheism, agnosticism, and the many forms of current infidelity. In short, directly to build the foundations and strengthen the defense of the kingdom of God. The kingdom of God. The public is not the church. No. The public this Christian philosophy is addressing is the wider culture, while the kingdom of God is getting built. What is Christian philosophy? Pavel Tarashevich says Christian philosophy is possible today only if, one, it is not identified with the art of persuasion as its final end lies in gaining understanding rather than being convincing. Understanding rather than being persuasive. Number two, it is the work of a Christian. Number three, it has the real world as its object and metaphysics as its method. I would like to point out that for Mieczysław Albert-Kąpiel, truth and explanation go hand in hand. The turning point toward a philosophy does not fear seeking the truth and explaining reality. Explanation, the task of the Christian philosopher. Meet Alvin Plantinga, champion of Reformed epistemology. For Plantinga, Christian philosophy has four divisions. The first one is apologetics, second, philosophical theology, third, Christian philosophical criticism, and fourth, constructive Christian philosophy. Apologetics, very important here, divided into negative and positive. Negative apologetics defends the theistic arguments from external attacks. Positive apologetics, of course, engages in the construction of these theistic arguments. The two rivals that Alvin Plantinga wishes to confront are perennial naturalism and creative anti-realism. We will deal with perennial naturalism in what is to come in the form of scientism, the denial that there is anything to reality beyond nature. Creative anti-realism, that's relativism or pluralism or deconstructionist postmodernism. We will not deal with that in this particular presentation. Bob Bella, the sociologist of religion, how does he describe the global crisis? What I think we have is a crisis of incoherence. Maurice Tabachek, Dominican at the Angelicum, the Dominican Pontifical University, wants to keep a rather sharp line between philosophy on the one hand and theology on the other. Philosophy provides a critical and in-depth analysis and description of the reality of the universe, both in its material and immaterial aspects. Since philosophy speaks about the reality of the universe, it does not have to say anything about what transcends it. That is, philosophy should not introduce the transcendental category of God. Obviously, this doesn't refer to the transcendent categories of good, beauty, truth, etc., because these are allowed and even desired by the philosopher. So as such, philosophy may address the phenomenon of religion, or even the idea of God, not God in God's self, but the idea of God that religious people have. This happens already within the philosophy of religion. Also in metaphysics, such as Aristotle's, where we find the idea of the first mover, we are examining basically a human phenomenon rather than God in God's self. So Maurice argues that philosophers concentrate on the mundane and the human phenomenon of religion and religious practices and human images of God, and maybe even attempts to prove God's existence, but always with reference to mundane reality. Theology, in contrast, takes as its point of departure divine revelation and the deep conviction and faith that God exists. Maurice sees theology as taking the fact of God's existence as given and thereby leads to a broader view of reality than philosophy alone can provide. Now, that's going to be the theme here, whether it's philosophy or natural science. Once we bring God into the discussion, we have the opportunity, if not the obligation, to provide a more comprehensive view of reality than strict concentration on the mundane only can yield. My recommendation here in this presentation is that the Christian philosopher and the systematic theologian partner as they turn to look towards the wider public, turn away from the church and the academy, toward the wider public. That means the Christian philosopher will provide the form while the systematic theologian provides the substance. Ordinarily, within systematic theology, we organized doctrinal presentation according to the three articles of the Apostles' and Nicene Creed. Article 1, God and creation. Article 2, the person and work of Christ. Article 3, the Holy Spirit, and then everything else that was not previously included. The epilogue has to do with ethics in the Christian life, but the prologue, the propedeutic, that's where the systematic theologian has traditionally included the work of the philosopher, answering the question, what does it mean to believe? How is it that we know anything about the God in whom we place our belief? In Protestantism, this is called philosophical theology. For the Roman Catholics, it's called fundamental theology. In both cases, methodology could be apologetic in character, both negatively defending Christian claims and then positively as constructing theistic arguments. So traditionally, the Christian philosopher is providing a propedeutic to what then becomes doctrinal explication. I'm going to suggest that perhaps as we turn our faces towards the wider public, that maybe the philosopher can provide the form, the systematic theologian the substance of the worldview that we're going to try to construct that would be intelligible and meaningful outside the church. Meet David Tracy. David was my Dr. Vater at the University of Chicago. David claims that the Christian theologian has three publics, talking from and talking to the church, the academy or the university, and the wider culture. What I'm emphasizing in this particular presentation is that both the Christian philosopher and the systematic theologian need to think about the culture, the wider culture, as the public. What is characteristic of our culture in the present moment is that our cell phones and our computers are lighting up constantly with an incoherent cacophony, a chaos of competing worldviews. Christian philosophers and systematic theologians are good, competent when it comes to putting together a coherent worldview. Is it possible that we could think that that talent could be of value not just to the church, but to the culture beyond the church? And if that's true, can we talk about public Christian philosophy and public systematic theology? Yes, I think we can. Here is my working definition of public theology. You'll see David Tracy's 3 publics providing the structure. Public theology is conceived in the church, reflected on critically in the academy, and meshed within the wider culture for the benefit of the wider culture. Science, authentic science at its best, pursues the truth, humbly pursues the truth. Józef Tischner, the fundamental property of scientific truth is its universality. Scientific truth is the truth for everyone. Basic truths are the same for all people. This should make scientific reason particularly attractive to the Christian philosopher and the systematic theologian. Truth cannot contradict truth, says St. John Paul II, sincerely engaged in the dialogue between natural science and the Christian faith. Now, Copernicus certainly knew something about worldview construction. We will turn now to discourse clarification and distinguishing between authentic science on the one hand and naturalism in the guise of scientism on the other hand. A general in the army marching against religion is Edward O. Wilson, etymologist and sociobiologist at Harvard, who blurs the line between authentic scientific research on the one hand and scientism as a naturalistic ideology on the other hand. And he is committed to all-out war, what he calls Armageddon. The Armageddon in the conflict between science and religion began in earnest during the late 20th century. It is the attempt by scientists to explain religion to its foundation. Please flag that. Note what's going on here. He's a military general leading the army against religion, and his chief weapon is what? To provide a scientific explanation of religion. If you wanted to know what religion is, you don't ask a theologian, you ask a scientist. There is going to be a battle between explanations. Explain religion to its foundations, at its source, says Dr. Wilson. The struggle is not between people, but between worldviews. St. John Paul II engages in discourse clarification. Scientism, he says, is a philosophical problem, not a scientific problem. Scientism is the philosophical notion which refuses to admit the validity of forms of knowledge other than those of the positive sciences. and it relegates religious, theological, ethical, and aesthetic knowledge to the realm of mere fantasy. Many of our scientists around the world these days believe that they are under siege. There are enemies out to get them. What are the enemies that these scientists perceive? One is the wider culture. The scientists have been forecasting for more than half a century climate change, the heating up of the planet, the degradation of the planet, the crossing of thresholds that will prevent recovery of our planet's ability to sustain life, and economic vested interests will not believe the scientists' prophetic warnings. That's part of the war against science. In the current global crisis over the virus SARS-CoV-2 and the disease COVID-19, many political leaders refuse to take the advice and counsel of our best medical researchers and public health officials, and even attack the reputation of the World Health Organization. That's part of the war against science. Then there are the anti-vaccinators, those who refuse to believe that vaccinations are good for the health of their children and the health of society. It's also the case that in some Islamic countries, there are government crackdowns on freedom of speech and the ability of science conferences to feature prominent women scientists in public. More signs of a war against science. Do not confuse the war against science with the so-called war between science and religion. They're two different things. Is it accurate to say that there is an all-out war going on between science and religion? No, says Joshua Moritz, the managing editor of the journal Theology and Science. The narrative that science and religion are at war is a myth in two key senses of the word. It is foundational to a certain anti-religious worldview, that's the worldview we've identified as scientism, and is historically false. It's not the case, historically, that there is a perpetual warfare between natural science and religion in general, let alone the Christian religion in particular. As public Christian theology and as public systematic theology, we have been concerned up until this point with scientism, what Alvin Plantinga calls perennial naturalism, the belief that the natural world is the only reality there is, and science is the only way of knowing that reality. We could say nature is the reality and science is its prophet. Nevertheless, when we address the wider culture, we can work with a certain assumption, namely that there is a certain receptivity on the part of the human race for matters that are spiritual or religious. Mircea Eliade, the great history of religion scholar at the University of Chicago, had called the human being homo religiosus, we are religious by nature. John Calvin, the Protestant reformer, says that there is within the human breast a divinitatis sensum, a sense of the divine. These suggest that when the Christian philosopher, the systematic theologian, says something about God, ears are going to be open to listen. One of the tasks of the ideology of scientism or perennial naturalism is to close those ears. Here's St. John Paul II again, who also holds this position. Religion is the expression of a search that goes beyond what is visible toward an unknown God. Discourse clarification and worldview construction just may get some level of reception on the part of open ears if the Christian philosopher turns public and the systematic theologian turns public. Public systematic theology has a distinctively constructive function, but that word construction is under contention. There is a school of theological thought that wants to file a patent and own this term with a specific definition. According to this school of thought, constructive theology accepts with the essential diversity of theological claims and opinions as a strength rather than as a fatal flaw or heresy, and as abandoning systematic implies. So they're going to abandon systematic theology. Constructive theology refuses any pretense that suggests theology can be completely systematized and every doctrine logically cohered into a grand system. Logic and coherence are being rejected in its extreme form. They're rejecting the meta-narrative and supporting local narratives, a plurality of local narratives that is not organized coherently or logically into a single worldview. This particular brand of constructive theology belongs in the camp that philosopher Alvin Plantinga calls creative non-realism. The worldview construction I'm suggesting here belongs in the creative realism camp, not the creative anti-realism camp. Do we need a worldview? We sure do, according to philosopher and Christian theologian Nancy Murphy at Fuller Theological Seminary in Pasadena, California. Not only that, she will argue that a worldview that includes God is more comprehensive and more coherent than any of the competitors. We are blessed on the front end of the 21st century with a giant library of new and exciting discoveries produced by the natural sciences, discoveries which give us greater and greater insight into the nature of reality in its many dimensions. Most exciting for the systematic theologian, of course, is going to be Big Bang cosmology and star formation and the question of extraterrestrial life or evolution and its implications for theological anthropology, and neuroscience similarly with its implications for theological anthropology. There is excitement, enough excitement to go around for everybody in the natural sciences. But as the public Christian philosopher and the public systematic theologian engage in discourse clarification as well as worldview construction, scientific claims are treated critically. There's a creative mutual interaction between scientific claims on the one hand and what the Christian might have gained through special revelation on the other hand. Here is Nancy Murphy again, the philosopher and the Christian theologian at Fuller Seminary, teaming up with George Ellis, who's a mathematical cosmologist, to co-author a constructive worldview. And here they are dealing with the fine-tuning of the cosmological constants. That's a discussion arising from the 1970s down to the present time about the initial conditions at the Big Bang. If they would have been just a fraction different, the universe we live in would not have ever developed the potential for life, and you and I wouldn't be here. It's an amazing set of constants, even if you're just a scientist and not a theologian. They're called the Gosh numbers. So here we are with Murphy and Ellis engaging in disclosure. The apparent fine-tuning of the cosmological constants to produce a life-bearing universe called the anthropic principle, they call it the anthropic issue here, seems to call for an explanation, okay? So they're going to engage in what I'm calling explanatory adequacy. A theistic explanation allows for a more coherence, that's a good thing, right? A more adequate explanation is going to have greater coherence than its competitors. A theistic explanation allows for a more coherent account of reality than does a non-theistic account. God appears to work in concert with nature, never overriding or violating the very processes that God has created. It implies a kenotic. Now, this is something that is distinctive to Murphy and Ellis. The kenosis passage in Philippians chapter 2 describes Christ as emptying himself of divinity. And so what Murphy and Ellis have done is describe that as a trait of God. God is self-renunciatory in character, okay? So they're now going to draw out the implications of a kenotic God. It implies a kenotic or self-renunciatory ethic according to which one must renounce self-interest for the sake of the other, no matter what the cost to oneself. Hence, new research programs are called for in these fields. So the theologian is now crossing the bridge towards science by suggesting productive research programs to be carried on by the scientists. Hence, new research programs are called for in these fields, exploring the possibilities for human sociality in light of a vision modeled on God's own self-sacrificing love. So we have a worldview constructed on the basis of God's kenotic or self-sacrificing love, and then a suggestion for research in the scientists to look at, examine sociality and the self-sacrificial dimension in sociality. This is explanatory adequacy at work in worldview construction. This is Robert John Russell. He's holding in his hand an original edition of Galileo's Dialogue on Two World Systems. It's Dr. Russell that gave us the term creative mutual interaction, or CMI. If you can remember the image of the bridge, we want traffic to go two ways: science toward theology and theology toward science in a creative mutual interaction. As I mentioned earlier, Pope John Paul II took a direct interest in the creative mutual interaction between science and theology. He thinks each could purify the other. Science can purify religion from error and superstition. Religion can purify science from idolatry and false absolutes. Each can draw the other into a wider world, a world in which both can flourish. A theologically informed worldview could provide greater explanatory adequacy than a worldview which deletes from its picture the God of grace. Both the public Christian philosopher and the public systematic theologian have this to offer our wider culture. By what criteria do we measure explanatory adequacy? Well, there are four. The first is applicability. This is the empirical criterion. Does it bite into actual experience? How comprehensive is it? In principle, we should be able to look at any and all of reality in relationship to God. Logical, we want to avoid self-contradiction. Coherence is the principle whereby any doctrinal articulation implies every other one. So if you want to enter the house of systematic theology, you can go through any door or window and find your way everywhere. Yes, there's an unavoidable perspectivalness to the Christian philosopher and the systematic theologian, but because it seeks the most comprehensive scope, it's a perspective on the whole of reality. And will it have to change? Oh, yes. It is in constant movement, just as scientific theories are. So what we say theologically has a certain hypothetical structure to it, to be confirmed or disconfirmed either by experience or God's revelation. Perhaps St. Thomas Aquinas provides a good model, but in sacred science, all things are treated under the aspect of God, either because they are God himself or because they are ordered to God as their beginning and end. Might public Christian philosophy and public systematic theology partner in addressing the wider public, the wider culture beyond the church in this era of competing worldviews and incoherence? Might we have something valuable to say about the whole of reality and about the gracious God who is our Creator and our Redeemer. With that, bye-bye.
That was Ted Peters from Graduate Theological Union, Berkeley, California. Thank you very much, Ted. Now we can start with the questions. So if some of you have some questions, just please unmute yourself, ask the question and mute yourself again. We will start with the questions on WebEx, from WebEx participants, and I will read some questions from YouTube and Facebook streams. So just please unmute yourself and ask the questions.
Ted, greetings. This is John Hittinger from Houston, Texas, not too far from you. I've got a question for you, Ted. And that is, what will lead scientists to engage this worldview kind of conversation? You know, you had mentioned, for example, Wilson in his book Consilience. He seems to be so satisfied with his work. He even, a little quote I want to read you. He says, "The true evolutionary epic retold as poetry is intrinsically ennobling as any religious epic. Material reality discovered by science possesses more content and grandeur than all the religious cosmologies combined." And he seems to think it won't happen today or tomorrow. He's perfectly happy with an incomplete explanatory system, but he thinks he's got that promissory note that he will explain everything down to the roots. So how do you get a handle on someone who is so entrenched in this idea of the reductive explanations? And then he says he'll turn it into poetry. So what do you do?
My term to describe E.O. Wilson is scientific imperialism. That is to say, science is the only explanation for reality. Everything else is fantasy. And so he takes the so-called science of biological evolution, and he wants to conquer religious self-understanding by providing an evolutionary understanding and by translating the science of evolution into poetry. He thinks he can convert religious people to a new form of religion, namely scientism. If you want to persuade Wilson that he's mistaken, it may be hopeless because his scientism is an ideology to which he's committed. Does every research scientist have to hold E.O. Wilson's point of view? I don't think so. Scientists can recognize the value of scientific knowledge without adding to it the demand that you turn your knowledge into a single imperial form of knowledge that defeats all competitors. It is possible for a serious research scientist to believe in God, like God, think of God as creator, etc., and let science be science. I think we're in a curious situation where the public Christian philosopher and the public Christian theologian are telling the scientists, keep your science, do your science, and then quit. Don't add a pseudo-religion of materialism or scientism on top of it. So that's my interpretation of that passage of Consilience. The book is misnamed because it's really a form of E.O. Wilson's imperialism, in which all forms of knowledge are united, but united in his own worldview, because he doesn't allow credence to alternatives. Now, do you think I'm too extreme here, John, in my interpretation? Or,
No, I would agree. I like what you say, and I like the work of Father Yaki. Do you know his work?
Definitely Yaki, yes, right.
He makes that argument, let science be science and philosophy be philosophy. And that's one of the lessons that has to be learned, is that the method of science has a limit by definition. And
yes, it does.
Yeah. It's
That's right.
quantitative. It's anyway, no, thank you, Ted. That was I'm glad you brought Wilson up. I think he's an important figure.
Yes, he is. He is.
Consider.
Very representative.
Are there any questions? For I have received 2 questions on the stream, so I will read it, and if there will be any another, then we will just go to them. The first question, Ted, is: would you say that the task of Christian philosophy is to make a change in the world, to make a world a better place to live, or rather to provide us with an explanation with a Christian insight? That was the first question.
I think traditionally it's been the latter. We want better understanding, and understanding leads to explanation. Understanding, judgment, explanation, and if the Christian philosopher can do that, he or she's had a good day.
Okay.
I think that currently in the global situation, there's so much incoherence, and Christian philosophers are good at coherence. Systematic theologians are good at coherence, that maybe we could be good stewards of this talent and somehow or other offer it to the world outside our disciplines.
Okay, and the latter question is: does science care about philosophy, theology, its methodologies, ethical suggestions, or interpretations?
Methodologically, no. Methodologically, science is self-limiting. It does not even deal with value. Now, many scientists are very concerned about value, ethics, and things like that, but that's an extra scientific concern. It's not inherent in the science itself.
Okay, are there any questions? Anna, please.
It's not a question, it's rather a remark of a person who doesn't come from English language mentality. I myself came from a family with a very long tradition of maths and physics. So the family of scientists, the professionals. And my mother language is Russian. Then I started to learn English. I found it quite amusing and astonishing when somebody can formulate in English the following sentence: I do believe in science. For me, this sentence, as I said, is amusing. Science is nothing to believe in. I can agree or disagree. I can measure, for instance, I do believe in climate change. There is nothing to believe in. They have some facts. They have different models. We can accept one of models to explain some facts. But there is no matter to believe in. Science is not matter of faith. And this, I started from such very simple things that I just noticed on the level of language, and then I moved to say, I found out that it's not only a matter of language, which I probably didn't understand all those nuances, but that people really do think that they do believe in science or do not believe in science. Then they have such an attitude. The next step which is scientism, etc., is very easy to do. They already got an idea that there is something to believe in. I believe in physics, or I believe in Einstein, for instance. For me, it's I don't believe that 2 and 2 is equal 4. I just know it. I can prove it. However, it's not that easy as someone would think, but in any case. So sometimes I think that this discussion is somehow rooted in quite different mentality, which is also the mentality of language. This is what I can say to this discussion.
Well, I think this is a very valuable observation internal to research methods in science. You're right, there is no room for belief at all. Belief plays no role whatsoever. There are 2 ways, though, in which belief in science does have some cash value. The first one is philosophers of science point out that the scientific method makes certain assumptions, such as the mind is rational and the world studied empirically conforms to those rational principles. That's an unproven assumption, and the word belief can apply there. Again, it's not internal, but it's external to science itself. Secondly, I think in the world situation in which we are currently facing today, science is a part of culture, and we're finding that the authority of science to provide reliable information and explanation that is to guide politics, economics, and other aspects of culture, that authority has been eroded, and we're stuck, whether we like it or not, with whether people believe the scientists or not. We have this big problem in the United States. Maybe you don't have it in Poland, but we have a president who doesn't believe in science and says the scientists are wrong, and he just knows intuitively what is right. So in that sense, we're going to have to use the word belief in science or disbelief in science for a period of time until we can discern just what authority science has in the non-scientific aspects of culture.
But it is something different to have a set of axioms, which you need to have in any science or any scientific discipline. It's important. We have a set of axioms in philosophy, the minimum set, without which argumentation is simply impossible, which you accept as necessary. The other thing is to believe in science or not to believe in science. Both subjects are quite different. Again, I don't believe in axioms. I do accept them as self-evident, as in geometry, for instance, speaking about classical geometry, yes, or as necessary in modern physics. This is, however, not the same. And then, for instance, you give us example of Trump. I can equally give you an example of Ocasio-Cortez. She does believe in science. She doesn't know science, but she does believe in science. And for me, what he says, what she projects is not more scientific than Trump's theories. It's loosely based on science without any knowledge or understanding of science. So it's like our custom gives people who are scientists a permission to cross the boundaries between disciplines. Me, as philosopher or theologian, would never tell to a scientist how to do methodologically or not. something, yes. It's not my discipline. I'm quite aware about my limits. And yet, it's difficult to find a scientist who would equally preserve his limits. I don't think that a person who works in physics or in any other scientific discipline has rights, methodological rights, to make philosophical or theological claims. Simply, the methodology is different. That's it. And but you know, you have this common mentality climate. You know, then science is a kind of belief. So I don't know. Maybe I'm not right. Just I was so much surprised to find those differences in mentality that I'm probably not ready to get over it. No.
Well, thank you. I'll accept your description.
Okay, we are running out of time. The very last question, Ted, we received on Facebook stream is following. It seems hard in the real issues to decide whether science is apolitical. Take the issues of vaccines. Isn't this a case of believing that the research is objective, not funded by the pharmaceutical companies?
Yes, I think this is another way in which belief functions, even though I will accept Anna's description of the internal method of science as exclusive of belief on any given research project, to be sure. But the anti-vaccination movement was founded, and I don't know the details, on a spurious scientific study later disproved. So the anti-vaccinator believes that he or she is basing this position on science. It does not think that the anti-vaccination position is anti-science. They think it's better science. Establishment scientists say they're mistaken. But the idea that there'd be a competition between research projects is not unusual within science, but you expect empirical evidence and good reasoning to win out someday. So there's no anti-science in the mindset of the anti-vaccinators that I can tell.
Okay, the very last question, I promise, from John Hittinger. John?
No, I just wanted to briefly say, in part for Anna, but also Ted could comment, that I think in the United States, the phrase belief in science is mostly connected to technology. I think what it means is, I believe science will solve this problem. You know, here in Houston, MD Anderson has cancer with a red line through it. We will solve the problem of cancer. And I think there's a kind of belief to the future that science will solve the major problems of mankind. That's how I understand it. And I mean, I think I question that belief, but I think it's a coherent idea. And it's not just, I believe scientific propositions, but I believe science is our savior, or science will do the things we need to have happen.
I would concur. I don't want to interrupt Anna, but yeah, that's belief in progress, faith in progress, and it really comes from the image of technology, but science is conflated with technology in the belief that science will save us.
Okay, let's put a dot.
I'm sorry, I need to add something. And yet science becomes a savior. You do not see some problem with it? You just uttered it. Science becomes a savior.
No, it's a form of idolatry. Science will not save, despite the fact that people believe it will.
Okay. Can we stop here we have to move on with our last point? Ted, thank you very much for the lecture.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yes. Okay, just 3 words to sum up before we move to the formal closing of the conference. Just a few words from me. I would like to thank all of you, all the speakers on WebEx, all the speakers here participating on site instead of COVID-19. And I am fascinated with what we just had during these 2 days, during this journey towards the Christian philosophy. Basically, I noted we had so many areas within philosophy or other related disciplines as philosophy of religion, philosophy of God, of science, history of philosophy, medieval, ancient, patristic, social and political philosophy, methodology, transhumanism, Thomism, argumentation theory, personalism, ethics, anthropology, philosophy of mind, logic, semiotics, and apologetics. All of this during 2 days conference on Christian philosophy. We are very grateful to all of you, to your contribution to this that it happened instead of COVID. I'm really changed my mind about the Christian philosophy. One of the speakers said today that Christian philosophy cannot be distinguished by its scope nor by its methods, but it can be distinguished that this is philosophy that is made by Christians for the Christian purposes within the Christian agenda, and I really like it. So just a brief reminder, if you would like to submit a paper to an international journal of philosophy that a Jesuit university in Krakow runs, Forum Philosophicum, you are free to submit it before mid-October. I will write an email about this. And I would like to add at the very end that I hope it is only the first conference of the Christian philosophy, and it's part of the bigger picture, and we will meet each other in a year or 2. Now, the very formal closing of the conference by Piotr Mazur, the president of the committee of scientific committee of this conference. Professor, can you hear us?
Hello, I'm here. Okay. So the last steps of our conference is to close it. So, dear participants of the conference, I would like to thank the member of the organizing committee, especially to Jarosław Kucharski, near by me, and especially to Jakub Pruś, who made a great job yesterday and today, the first one. Many thanks to members of the scientific committee who preparing lecture, who preparing to give it in order to give a notion and accept lectures. Many thanks to persons who are on site and those who participate in the conference via social media, especially to our key speakers. We tried to organize the conference as best as we could. It was a great challenge to do it during the COVID time. What does it intellectual meeting devoted to Christian philosophy tell us? Probably something different for everyone. What does it tell me? First of all, Christian philosophy is made of different philosophical traditions and concepts and different problems. Many of them have been discussed during our conference. Others are waiting for being researched, critically analyzed, and presented. Second, Christian philosophy has been its achievement and challenges. In order to respond to our contemporary challenges, which concern both philosophy and religion, we must not forget the past. We must maintain a balance between recalling the intellectual achievement of Christian philosophy and the present time. This universalist approach has always distinguished Christian philosophy, which was not accidentally called philosophia perennis. It is distinction and a commitment. Third, despite numerous difficulties and limitations, it faced over its 2,000 years of existence. Christian philosophy is characterized by optimism. It stems from the belief that human reason is not left to itself, that even when it wanders around and experiences doubts, it can rely on revelation to purify its view of reality, to look at it as if it were a mirror, and to be inspired by it. I'm closing the conference Christian Philosophy, its past, present and future, hoping we will be able to return to the problems we have taken up in the future. So we start thinking about next conference right now. Thank you. See you.
Thank you very much. So that's it.
Over.